Oh yeah, I didn't set up my stinger again. Hi everybody. I forgot that I had broken OBS and I didn't fix this. I fixed everything but the stinger.
Remember when we said fix your OBS?
I mean, I did everything but. Anyway, hi chat. How's everybody Saturday? I hope you guys are having a good Saturday. Welcome in to episode 16 of Flannic. 16. What a cool number.
I know, right?
Mordred, it was the question. When was our last one? The 7th?
Oh, I can find out.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
It was something this month. I feel like we had one after Thanksgiving. It's been a second, but yeah. As you're finding that out, go ahead and get a recap for everybody. Let's get a history. First, sorry. Flat D20 luck check.
Flat D20.
Everybody's gonna go today.
November 30th, by the way.
Are we still doing private rolls?
For luck in history doesn't need to be, but
well, I made mine private, not private. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah.
It's been
I'll reveal your
luck. It's been a month.
It's been.
Andy,
I see it. It's fine. Yeah, you're okay.
It's okay.
Oh, hang on. I am paying
check.
attention, Mr. DM.
And then a history check. There we go.
Ah, son of a bitch.
Oh,
wait, this one's revealed. Got it.
I gotta say, just a flat. So, as it's been just about an entire month, 2 days short of, just a good bit of time has passed between everything. Juniper, you're leading our history check here. So, what the fuck happened? I will give you your 20 plus DM semi-assistance of something with Scotty's household was bigger than he expected. And
oh my god.
then y'all flew around for a little bit, took a John, something.
I remember.
Imagination lab.
Perception is reality.
yeah. Scotty's house ended up being the TARDIS, and then I went up into the attic and turned into little Juniper. And then everyone realized that perception is reality. We all flew into the sky, trying to get to the saucer thing, and then we fell into the center of the city where the capital thingy is, and realized perception is reality, and closed the hole, and then we started to walk around big circle, and then I think doorway into upper city opened, and then that's where I feel like we ended session with
as soon as we made progress.
Potential confrontation.
No,
but
we finally got into the building
Gusto.
before we ended session.
Oh, okay, yeah. We finally got into like the capital city building thing. There was like, I don't know, gardens and roofs.
I
don't remember.
Go ahead and follow that up. What do you got? Fill some holes.
We went in the top of the building, the tall building in the middle, which was the upside down funnel thing. And then I don't remember how we fucked around with that to get it to work, but eventually we did get it to work, and we got up into the huge big saucer thing.
Mal, do you remember any other details for that entirety?
I did not fly, I swam. That's all I
There we go.
I would like that to be noted.
That was very true. You're right. You were not flying. You were paddling away.
Yeah, but it's pretty much just all of what Sal said. We got up to the top. I do not remember the description once we got up.
Ishide was about the only one to first poke their head through. But for what I also remember, there was a good bit of gear that got returned. Some people got daggers, some people got, some in-betweens.
Were we able to get our gear back? Because I don't know that I clearly understood that.
Yes, for the most part.
I got my maul back.
If you were able to picture yourself having the thing, you were able to have the thing as required.
You pictured my dragon.
Oh.
That could have been a thing.
Was I?
We threw some books, and the books disappeared.
You threw a book across the room and made another book. And then 2 books.
You can only create things that you are aware of.
You had a book that was
Right.
blank, and you had a book that had text in it. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
you
it's a lot
basically
of-
just created a duplicate of whatever you were actually thinking about.
But the timeline was also affected because the book that I created with words in it, Ford Ishadir
Yeah, because that's how you
deduced
remember
that
it.
it was not the most current edition of said book.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
what if Ishadir had made one then?
Then you know.
Yeah, like if I had made one, it would have been up to date. But because that's the last time Sal saw it, she couldn't imagine what would have been in it past that.
Oh, also, I'm
Uh-huh.
not sure if we ever addressed it, but I was trying to give Juniper that amulet that I made, recreate.
Did not address it.
Okay, we can address that today sometime.
Mayhaps. But
History,
yes,
yeah.
the ending of such was with Ishide. I believe it was Ishide who was fiddling with the top of the inverted funnel,
Science, bitches.
opening the doorway. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right. Well,
I
then
think.
we will.
Oh, yeah, we left
as
Scotty.
far as yes, you did.
Scotty.
As you would, you were kind of pushing your hands up to the side, sliding this big, larger black disc out of the way, and a little bit of light comes through. You poke your head around. You had these buildings around you that are all kind of older, elven, et ceteras. I'll go ahead and get you a preload and a transition. We'll put Ishide up here in the front, coming out, and have you all kind of step out slightly to your own sides. I have this designed in a certain way that your
Okay.
tokens are smaller, but you take up more space, as it is a larger map, and I expect you to transition it faster.
That's it.
So as this statement, if you literally use your WAS to move, you will move larger distances, but I wanted to make the scale of the thing such thereof that you recognize the space you're on is larger.
Are
I
we
get
supposed
it.
to be able to see this map?
Yes?
I do not.
You may need to reload the map.
Make sure. Oh, no.
Is it
I see
black,
why.
or can you see
Nope.
yourself?
No. I grabbed the wrong one.
Ah,
I apologize.
I'm alive!
2 seconds.
it is giant juniper.
Giant.
Giant-per.
Oh, Juniper.
There we go. I grabbed the
Oh.
wrong Juniper. I apologize.
You're like
That
trees.
is right, Juniper?
Ford, do you also see the right thing?
I see it.
Yeah, okay. Yes, because you had your deer version. Yes, there is a Juniper body and there's a Juniper not body. So cells. But
I see.
with it as it is, here is now everybody can see. You got your stuff. Cool. I will unpause your moment. Take a good moment to take a scry around. You take your environment. Some different decrepit buildings off on one side. There is some buildings that are generally in better condition, but everything seems pretty empty, pretty uninhabited.
So these
Oh,
buildings are all empty, decrepit, uninhabited, and the disc behind us is empty.
Some buildings are decrepit, not well taken care of. As you go to peer into any kind of windows and kind of push on any kind of doors, nothing seems to kind of move or budge.
Do any of these buildings look at all like they have been used?
Yes, if you were to take a look at the larger, bluer building, seems to be in generally good condition.
Want to go in?
As you go to kind of find the front of the building and towards the main door, you give a nice kind of push on the front doors. Nothing seems to budge.
Oh.
But the building
window?
itself looks newer.
upkept. It has the same kind of design, same kind of vibe to it as the other sets of everything else. Just seems cleaner, well maintained.
And does that stand true for the other two buildings above?
The other two smaller buildings, kind of more sheds and shacks, garages, if you would. Still, yeah, well maintained for everything.
What do I see when I look up?
As you kind of look up, you get that kind of general starry expanse. There's a good bit of just unknown void above you. While there is generally resembles stars, there's a lot more mass and sustenance to the entire sky itself. It doesn't necessarily look like you're looking out into a normal night sky. Would you make a Arcana check for that, though? It's dark.
It's dark. Is there any way... I don't know how to phrase this, but if we can alter reality, can we alter it so we can enter this building?
Yeah, there was a whole set of will checks, or wisdom checks, sorry, there that followed along with all of those. You just kind of to that factor of you wanted to will the door to open? Question mark? How are you saying?
I suppose I would like to... I don't want to change what's in the building, but I want to enter the building. So if I need to will myself, and if I need to will the door open or will myself through the door, I would like to try that.
Go ahead and run your wisdom check against that.
Good wisdom checks.
I would like to try to sense any presences.
Okay.
Do such. Each day, what are you doing at the same time? Perception.
I want to like do a circle around the house and look for windows or other points of entry.
There are plenty of windows across everything. So as you give it at that moment, though, as you kind of start peering across the other side of it, you see these glass windows kind of dotted along the side of the building there, and on the hallway behind it. And it's at the door. Shoulder kind of push on the doors.
Is it me getting robot-y or is it him getting robot-y?
Yeah. Everybody to me.
Interesting.
We started.
Was it?
It was just that one particular
Ford was
Discord
right.
channel.
Ford's always been right, always will be right, from this day until the end of time, forever and ever, amen.
Hold on. Oh, grab.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
We're all banished. Got it.
Wow, look at that.
All right. Thanks, Discord.
So random.
As you kind of peer around, as it was, you peer around, you see the kind of windows start counting, and there's someone over there, and you kind of poke through it, and at the same time, now kind of takes his shoulders and kind of pushes on the doors for a second. It's a nice double door. A nice double door kind of entrance for a second. You take both handles in hand, kind of give it a nice, you practiced, kind of just, this is how it works. You're gonna give a nice little push. And it's from behind you that you hear this kind of voice just kind of cough and huff to itself for a second, and Juniper, your head kind of lowers for a moment as you're kind of looking around, and very instantaneously, it was not there a moment before, there's a larger, kind of jollier man who kind of stops and that's not the general best way to enter a house. Shouldn't you knock first, young man?
I want to make sure you use the word jolly, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
It's literally Santa.
Merry Christmas.
Welcome to the North
Merry
Pole.
Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Yes,
Oh my god, it's literally...
sir.
Sorry.
The experience so far in this place has not been the best. I did not think to knock. I thought to open the door.
Well, if you're saying you've not enjoyed your time here, I guess that's something I should work on. Allow me to introduce myself. Dearest Crue, the host of such accommodations you found yourself in. Sorry for your
look between the other two, raise our eyebrows.
situation not being the greatest. Can I do to facilitate a better time for you? Kind of takes a half step forward and kind of closes the distance more and extends a hand forward.
As he goes forward, I will also be like,
Move over.
yeah.
I'll give him a handshake. And like, hello, my name is Mel. What is your name?
Run me a slight history check there, Mel.
So
I would also like
no,
to
if he asks that, I want to telepathically in his head, that's the god playing. Oh,
Yeah.
no. Different
Wow.
name.
This
I
is
want to
on point.
remember the name of the god.
It's in
Yes,
our
yes.
notes for sure, but I'm
Yes.
It's Crue. It is the god.
You do
Crue?
remember hearing the name Crue from Scotty from before in his rambling and rantings. Yes, the god of creation, one of the ones who had owned this land, and one that you shouldn't badmouth. Mal, your history check, however, was slightly different. Even with a 4, you do have a sense of familiarity in that handshake. Something that kind of almost reminds you of Grom's firm handshake that kind of grips down, has the hands thereof someone who wields a hammer all day.
Those weapons on his back in the image, are those real?
Yes, he has shoulder full of a couple tools and metals that are clanking about.
That is, wait, did he ever actually answer the question?
Oh, sorry,
Yeah, what is your name? Was the question.
of
He
course,
introduced himself at this stage.
as I said, quite, Crue is, just don't worry about any honorifics or, any kind of fancy bets for it. Keep it casual for it.
Crue.
Can I,
Crue?
address you as, yes, almost, getting a clue, but, getting a crew together.
Can I perceive
I-
something?
Yep.
Can I perceive time stopping for a short period of time?
Lol.
Stop
What a
trying
good
to
thought,
steal from
though.
the god.
Okay. You're saying you want to will time to stop?
Yeah.
Or you want to perceive it? Okay.
I want to freeze time momentarily.
Leaving
Wisdom check.
You are
yourself
doing
not
that using the
frozen.
power of this god, I think.
Wisdom.
So proud of you, Ford.
Oh, that was almost a 20.
Give me a constitution check.
What an interesting situation.
Can I sense it and No, never mind. I
No,
shouldn't
so
care now.
from kind of like you're looking at him and you see Juniper just over his shoulder there each day. She kind of like takes her hands and kind of balls them for a second. She looks down and focuses real hard. It almost looks like she's kind of trying to take a shit, but she's focusing real hard and she's kind of looking over at his shoulders and. And Juniper, you get it for just a good second there. Your heart stops beating for a good 2 seconds.
Oh god.
And you got that to work just perfectly. You got really cold and a shiver runs up your spine. You kind of release and you go, ooh. But you got time to stop for 2 seconds.
Interesting. Interesting.
Mal, what you got there though?
Oh, I've just been repeating Crue because I can't get it to sound right. But it is pleasure to meet you. Yes, this is your place?
Yeah, quietly. Well, welcome beer. And he kind of like gestures out to his right to this whole larger just kind of disc about. And yeah, there's quite not the greatest places, but something nice to call home. And if you need any kind of nickname or something that slides a bit off your tongue, let me know. very accommodating here if we need to be. And he kind of looks over towards Ishide and kind of rolls over his shoulder towards Juniper. And,
if he looks behind him, I want to sidestep so that I like go out of his field of view again.
he kind of looks over and how may I address your other two? He kind of looks back over towards Ishide. And, ma'am?
Ma'am? Well, the other one we call Ishide.
Sorry, I was talking to someone for like 1 second.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, Ishide.
And your other friend here behind me. He kind of just points a thumb over his shoulder. The shy one here.
Yes, that is my sister.
Caliban.
Interesting, yes, quite.
So, like, this big disc up here, it seems like a weird place to live when there's an entire city below.
I happen to kind of find myself one of the quieter types, living off the land, if you would, kind of isolations. It's one of those things that just kind of bring me a little happier to be out of the hustle and bustle of the city. You can quite understand.
Oh yeah.
He kind of starts taking half a step towards you and goes toward the door. And would you like to see the place? And kind of gestures toward the front door.
A tour would be most welcome. Perhaps we can have discussion during or after tour.
Quite, absolutely. I'll show you around. We'll answer the questions, talk some time. Everybody,
the God Man.
Can ask a question to Crue, yeah.
So, we're more not. Wait, I've forgotten. How much do we know about the material plane and not material plane? I know I've asked, but I forgot.
You're aware that you're not home. You're aware this is an in-between
Would
land?
I be able to say material plane and know what that means? Because I went to say it and I was like, I don't know if I know that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, she would ask, we're more from the material plane, and we were wondering if you knew a way to get us back.
Yeah, I very understanding you're not much from around here. Yeah, no, it's quite something. We'll work some things to get you back home. It's within the possibilities of. But first, get you a little more comfortable. I should be a better host if we would. And kind of goes to push on the doors. Everyone going?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and make sure you get your tokens. I will state ahead of time.
Don't be alarmed.
Your mom?
Sure, don't be alarmed, I guess. I will state ahead of time that
high table talk. I'm not surprised if Crue does know us, since he did like Bahira at one point, so he might be aware of her and what she's up to, and Bahira's hanging around us and involved with us.
That could be.
And also, if he's Mal's like god.
Yeah, and he's probably your god, so he knows you.
I get Santa Claus.
You got Santa Claus.
All right, I've realized at this point, there is lighting all over everything, making Ishide shiny again.
I don't mind being shiny.
Ishide shiny.
I was like,
she's the brightest of the bunch anyway.
Quickly running around and just fucking deleting them all, because
that is fine.
Maybe not all, a lot of them.
Juniper, before we go in house, here take amulet. It is from Grom.
I take amulet.
I don't think it's gonna do anything because you didn't know what it did.
There you go. It's an amulet. Congratulations.
I was only told to give it to Juniper. That's it.
Okay,
Yep,
good job.
Very correct.
Got a nice necklace.
Wow.
All right.
Can I Arcana check it?
Yes.
If I didn't know what it does, would it maintain its properties?
No, because you imagined it into existence.
It
Well, that's the point, right?
It seems to be magical in some aspect. You're not quite entirely sure.
Can I bite
Very. Bite it, yeah.
Can I bite it? What?
Make an unarmed strike.
Thing to do.
it? An unarmed strike?
Yeah, make an unarmed strike. Make sure.
Also, I do not conceal this action.
No, yeah, it's fine.
No one imagined you would.
Good.
I feel like that'd be out of character at this point.
Yeah. I'm not a very good rogue, apparently.
All right.
What a
Pause it
rogue
just
you
a little
are.
bit. You kind of walking through and give a nice little chew on it. It makes no reaction to it. If anything, your teeth feel a little warm. That's about it. All right.
Very
Is everyone loaded? Ugh.
I'm loaded.
Fuck you! Stop opening my doors.
I can't even see the doors.
I'll lock them all ahead of time.
Locked
You
and loaded.
knew you'd have to lock them. What?
Yeah, who do you think you're playing with?
This is like Sal not putting a timer on a hydrate. We need to bully you for it until the problem is fixed.
I went through and closed them all.
Plain screen is black.
Yeah.
Plain screen is black.
Well, that's what I was saying. Yeah, I can't see.
Oh, see, this is why I should really just move your regular characters into a different folder. So I grabbed the right ones.
Yes, sir.
I believe in you, Andy.
All right.
We'll find
And
you a
I'm gonna
male
go
wife
through and-
someday.
Lock all the doors real quick.
Andy hates us. But I don't blame him.
But I don't blame him.
This
God
door's still
damn.
open, by the way.
Yeah, you can have the
That's
front
it.
doors.
We're turning on the D&D session and redeems. It's fine.
Oh, it's not necessarily open. You just had fog of war. There you go.
No, oh, okay.
Yeah, you just had fog of war. All right, kill that. Go back to that. Nonetheless, yeah. Crew kind of opens both these doors and just kind of plainer parlor kind of area. Because they are nicer to have in houses to have a general
An
Parlor.
in-between room.
Oh,
in between room.
okay.
I won't
Why
ever
is
let
this-
this down.
Oh, I can't move.
No.
You see this nice wooden floor you have here, Mr. Crue?
Yeah, are they wood planks?
Yes, they are, and nicer. There you go. You have freedom of movement again. Now the
I
door's
am just-
locked.
I'm gonna stop everybody from moving any further, and I want to look at the floor. I want to make sure it's safe.
I would like to drop down on all fours
What?
and put my ear to the floor and do a little.
Oh my god.
Ishida's just gonna stand there like, I am so sorry.
Are you sure Ishida didn't run out the front door and back into
No,
the...
she didn't. Ford did that, but Ishida didn't.
It's okay, monkey. It was just me knocking on the desk and telling you where I swear.
Alright, go ahead. You get down to all fours for a second, start kind of tapping down. And, you find that this is it doesn't even give you the same, like, physical response as wood should. It makes the sound of wood, but it has the physical kind of reverberation of, like, straight concrete.
Ooh, I would like to.
Tear up the floorboards.
No.
But
Okay, I want to try and like.
I imagine a crowbar.
I feel like because you said that other people can perceive change reality through their own perception.
Mm-hmm.
I want to try and see what the floor actually is.
I imagine it's just concrete.
Well, yeah, but I want to see it. Like I want to
Okay.
push through that.
Like seeing through the tag.
Perception and then an arcana.
I'm gonna lose it. That was so close.
You go to take a nice, like, good scry at this, and you realize there are absolutely, like, the wood grains there, but there are no joints between everything. Everything is so perfect and meticulously kind of pressed together. It seems as if ants would have designed this with absolutely no crawl space between everything. Dust itself couldn't settle between these floorboards.
Mm-hmm.
Mal, the same as well for it. But as far as anything that lies beyond it, it seems like just an absolute rigid wood. Give me a history check real quick, Juniper.
Okay, and also question, my half-orc senses, what exactly is that? Because it's not in my features.
It was just your dark vision and your sense of smell.
Oh, okay. So history check?
Like to smell the floorboards.
I would also like to smell the floorboards.
Your history check kind of results therein. You remember hearing about in Bisbee this almost rumor, tall tale of this thing called ironwood, of a wood particulate that as hard as steel and gave the rigidity thereof, and it was a metal that grew like wood.
Rigidity.
So this kind of sings back to you for a second as you hear this. Have this you kind of going through and you're kind of just trying to figure it out.
My sniff check?
Sniff check. It smells clean. Not like cleaning products, but like that empty kind of like storeroom, where the air isn't musty, but there is just nothing there.
Dank?
Oh. No, it's not musty, but it's just like empty room. Yeah, absence of. Like you opened up a box, a brand new box.
I'm gonna look over to Mal. And what do I see?
Are you standing up?
No. I'm still on all fours. Head turns to the side.
Yellow bear?
By the way, Crue's definitely just kind of standing here with his back to the next set of doors, just kind of his hands just at his waist, just kind of half smile, watching.
Depending on how long they go on for, usually they might step forward and be like, we can start the tour. They can catch up when they're done.
Juniper will stand up and kind of dust herself off.
With the lack of dust.
No, it's a...
Yeah.
It's the physical motion that makes her feel better. No, it's quite okay. As doing my best to be accommodating. It's just whatever speed and pace they'd like. Quite okay.
What did you say it was called? Ironwood? That I remembered?
Yes.
Ironwood?
Remember tales and stories of Ironwood.
Okay. As I walk next to Mal, I want to whisper and tell him that I remembered about Ironwood and that I suspect that this might be Ironwood.
Is that safer than regular wood floorboards?
Probably more sturdy.
Oh, good. Okay.
We'll good to go for everything. We'll the house can be a little tricky for newcomers, but take some time and we'll progress as we can. Just try to stay together as a group, though, for sure.
What happens if we separate?
He fucking is challenging me to leave.
Yeah, Juniper wants to go off on her own now.
Was that a challenge?
Start right here. And he kind of leans behind, he turns over and opens up both doors. He kind of takes a step through and is for the time being, the room here to the side, and he kind of gestures over to this first room. You are. Why are you one light source?
It's just the coloring of Ishide.
Yeah, it's just the coloring.
It is.
So he gestures over to this door?
Yeah. I was gonna leave some lights and be all like, it'd be fine, but no, we're killing all the lights. He gestures there, and he's just like, for the time being, this here could be just everything you'll need to just kind of find your accommodations. And you go to give that first kind of like push on the door, and nothing happens. But then like you push one, nothing. You give a second push, and it gives way. You can open it all the way. So I still clear out some fucking lights for a second.
Oh.
You can go
hey,
through
look,
and...
bunk beds.
What's this?
What is that?
A table.
And if you say a wooden rod, I'm gonna reach through this screen and strangle you.
It is not a wooden rod. You're right. It is actually a no, no, you've not found any time by the water. Go ahead and make a investigation.
I lived in the woods.
Thanks.
Good for you.
Thanks.
I'm also an orphan, if that helps.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah, that'll probably make a difference.
It's this kind of tube of metal and wood, and there is a pane of glass on one end, and there seems to be a cap on the other.
Can I play with it?
Sure, absolutely. Run a tinkering check. I don't know what a fucking how you gonna
No, I want to remove the cap and look through it.
Yeah. You run me an Arcana.
Intelligence. Oh, just kidding.
Give me an Arcana.
Oh yeah.
As you go to kind of remove the cap for a second, you kind of look through the glass on one end. The other end, when you pulled the cap off, it shows a small like convex gem on the other end, a very kind of like pinkish gem. And you kind of peer through the glass on the other end, and you start looking around, and you get these different waves of light that kind of pass around you, and you realize as you're kind of looking around, you're almost looking through the walls and in past to that expanse in the sky around you. You can start to see different lines of pink and different lines of green just kind of sprawling about in the expanse past your vision through this.
Ooh. Do I know what these lines represent?
With a 12? No.
Oh, that was my Arcana. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Can I walk over and touch one of them, looking through the glass?
They are far outside your field. Which direction would you say you're looking right now?
I actually would have looked like more down at the ground, not really.
That's about what I expected. You kind of like picking up and like kind of looking more down an angle. If you were to swing this around and look towards your companions, maybe something interesting.
Yeah, I would gaze around the room, going in a circular motion, and eventually making my way
downtown.
Yeah.
As your eyes kind of twist around for a second, you're kind of looking around. As you look back, you kind of almost have to recoil for a second as you look at your brother, and he's shining this bright kind of whitish light emanating around him. Not anymore, I fixed that. It's this bright kind of whitish emanating light kind of still around him.
Ooh.
And then behind him is that nice natural dark green that you've seen before from Juniper.
Aww. From who?
Sorry, yes, Ishide.
the mouse is over.
Your mouse was over, yeah. I was looked at it.
And what about behind Ishide?
Thank you. And yes, just past her, there is this the same kind of white color coming off of Mal, but it's very, very thin. There's just the outline of a person behind it. Not this blazing, bright kind of fire, but just a thin outline. We'll give it a chalk outline kind of vibe.
Like a silhouette, almost?
Silhouette, yes, of
It's your dad.
Of a person behind.
I'm gonna pass the thing over to Mal. I'm gonna be like, what color am I?
Color? Well, you mean your same color as me?
Now, are you taking this thing from?
Yeah, I'll
hand?
take the thing. I'll look through the thing.
Run me an Arcana
What
check.
color is Juniper? Because I assume I'm gonna look at Juniper and then look kind of around and see a similar thing.
But I need an
I
Arcana check.
want to ask Crue, what is this thing?
Oh, this here is one of the just general Arcana viewers. She's something to help check the ley lines and mana about, and it's just a good scrying tool, nothing more.
Could we keep it?
Now, it's not necessarily one of my greatest treasures. It's definitely something for y'all to play around with, but we'll get to worldly possessions as we can. Mal, you kind of look at your sister for a second and make a wisdom save.
Oh boy. Okay.
Good enough.
Okay.
Recoil for a second, and you kind of like drop the spyglass from your eye, and you kind of lean it back up, because standing in front of you is this kind of wispy silhouette and figure of your sister with two white burning eye sockets. As this kind of like black fire engulfs her entire body when you kind of raise that all the way up to her, and you kind of take a scry through it, and you can't help but kind of get that feeling of not uncomfort, but something that definitely isn't natural.
Are you feeling all right, sister?
I'm fine.
I'm gonna go over and just like do the arm on the forehead thing.
I'm gonna smack it away from me.
You look like big black fire with big light in center, I think.
No, white eyes.
White eyes, yeah. Black fire.
Ishide, give me a perception.
I'd love to.
Does black fire ring a bell to when we were playing with the Dragonstone?
Yeah, you had black, I had green, they had white.
I get it to 20, but you gotta make it private.
Oh, I didn't unprivate it. I just never went back from the first couple rolls.
I know. It's fine. You right over your shoulder there, Ishide, as you hear Mal talking, you hear just enough of that kind of huff and a gruff from Crue behind you as he kind of laughs and chuckles for a second. But very, very quiet and just kind of keeping his composure. You just kind of hear him like catch himself.
I'm gonna ask him, are you okay?
Yeah, it's not necessarily the most visited room. Must be a little dust in the air. And I hope everything in here is accommodating for everybody. Definitely not, again, my most used room, as I don't quite get to host as much as I would prefer, I guess. It's as homely as I can for everything.
It is very kind of you to offer a room. We appreciate the hospitality.
Quite sure. I appreciate your response to such. Again, if your time here hasn't been the most pleasing, and then I'll continue to show you around a little bit and kind of. But for sure, take time, look around a little bit. I'll wait out here for a moment, and kind of steps back into the hall. Each day, you're the one who will still have a little bit of vision of him. You kind of see him as he kind of steps outside for a second. He kind of raises his hand and kind of starts just tapping midair.
I'm gonna walk to the door and ask what he's doing.
That's fair.
Nothing much. Just preparing the rest of the building, if you would, for the tour, and making sure everything's just quiet in order. Enjoy your facilities, if you would. Take a second to look around, and kind of just waves you back inside.
I want to go get the spyglass thing off Mal.
Can I close the door?
Yeah.
Imagine she just looks Crue right in the eye as she slowly closes the door.
Yeah.
That seems about right. So this is weird situation, yeah?
Yeah.
He says he'll be able to get us back, so that's a good thing. Maybe.
So what? We just behave and he sends us home?
He
We don't
knows
have
us
many other
already.
plans. I said we don't have any other plan.
It just feels weird. He just appears and gives us tour of home. He gives us no further information.
Well, we know he's the god of the area. Maybe he's just very calm in his life. I just want to get home.
I also would like to get home, but I do not wish to trust random individuals I have very few people to defend on here. And it is just you two that I feel I can depend on here.
Considering he is a god, I don't know how much defending. Oh wait, you said defending? Never mind. My brain died. It's fine.
Defending. I almost
Yeah.
said defending, but I said defending. It's very close.
Well, lead the way.
Are there any questions we would like them to answer that we can perhaps ask unsuspiciously?
Not that I can think of.
Mr. DM.
Mm.
Is there anything noteworthy in this room that would pique Juniper's interest?
Can I have that question?
Um,
I would like to know if I'm interested.
Of Juniper's curiosity, well, in the middle of this conversation, you see just past, brother, there is a chest over in the corner, and I believe that would pique your interest.
All right, I'll try and open it.
Shall I be a chest of devouring?
No, God.
Could be a mimic.
Books. I want to go to the book.
Yeah, I'll say there's a couple books and pages off in the corner, but they're not. They just kind of seem to be just kind of riflely tossed about, and they generally seems to be the just scribbles and notes. A lot of them. A lot of general drawings of just shapes and triangles. Take a nice
read them in detail.
intelligence check to kind of make out what's going. Juniper, what you doing over there with the box?
I'm trying to open it.
Fuck.
Yeah, you go to lift the lid. There's a little hasp and latch on the side of it. But there's no lock, so you just kind of lift that and kind of roll it up out of the way, and it opens. Seems to be there are a couple small blankets and pillows and other little bits and bobs sitting about in there. But roll me a perception check. Yeah. You can tell that there's just different colors of everything kind of layered in there nicely. So while everything that's on the beds in here is right now is red, there's also a nice layer of purples, there's a layer of greens below that.
Okay. Is there a bottom to this chest?
It's got us in trouble before.
God damn it.
What an astute observation you have there, Jennifer. Yes. Yeah,
Wait, what did we roll at the beginning of the session for our luck?
Yes, seems to be a bottom to the chest here. You kind of toss some things around, and yes, there is a wooden planks at the bottom of her thing.
Darn. Okay.
Darn! What do you fucking mean, darn?
Jennifer crawls into a chest.
Mr. DM, can I wish myself a bag into existence?
Of holding?
Oh my god.
Roll
We
me a
wish for a
wisdom
bag of
check.
devouring and then die again.
Regular bag, like very specific regular bag.
Well, I mean, if we
What?
die, it's
Andy, help!
for a bag of devouring.
Roll me a d20 flat.
Maybe we'll return to
Do I
the
just
material
spontaneously combust? Because that's what I'm expecting at this point.
Mayhaps. Okay.
Two
No,
of them.
there's two more.
Two of them!
Did you roll 2 ones?
No. I mean 11.
Well,
2 ones and then an 11.
Yeah. All right. You kind of looking around. You kind of close your eyes for a second. You kind of like grasp nothing in midair for a second, as you realized, no, you can't really make a bag out of nowhere. But you're looking down at these papers, and yeah, they're just a bunch of kind of scribbles and whatnot sitting about over here on a little side table.
Do I have the Oh wait, no, never mind. That wouldn't help me anyway. I still want to carry his books and take them.
Loose papers at best. Maybe a clipboard.
I want
at
to
best.
carry his loose papers.
Ayo.
Or tuck them in my belt or something.
Say Ayo to that.
You can say
Yeah,
AO to
yeah,
anything.
Sure. Yeah, you kind of
Ayo.
stack them all together, roll them together, put them on the clipboard, and you want to put them like you just want to tuck them away, or you want to hold them
tuck
like
them
very.
in my belt so I don't have to hold them, but they will reliably stay there.
Are they visible? Is what I'm saying. Are you trying to conceal them?
Yeah. I mean, I would rather conceal them, but then I was considering how outfit, and I don't know how I'd do that. So I'm fine with them not being concealed.
Give me a wisdom check.
What are these two things on the desk here?
An inkwell lamp.
Does the
You gotta
inkwell...
kinda tuck it into your belt for a second, and you realize that there's a hidden inside pocket that you have inside there.
wow.
They all nicely fold and kind of place in two.
Slay.
Blaine, are you still holding the spyglass thingy?
I presume so.
Okay.
What was your question there, Juniper, though, on the inkwell and lamp?
Does the inkwell have a stopper on it?
There is currently a pen sitting in the inkwell.
So no.
No,
Is there a stopper somewhere?
not visibly on the desk.
Do you need stopper?
Stopper? I hardly know her.
Couldn't even do it in Russian.
Yeah, that was a good one. I'm gonna imagine a stopper.
Yeah, I was gonna do the same thing.
Then we'll
Actually,
have
what
two
I was going to
stoppers.
try and do is I wanted the pen, the feather pen, to become the stopper.
Why?
Sure,
What
I
is
want
the
you to
purpose
reach-
of this?
I want you to reach out your hand to this pen and kind of try and crumple the entire like feather end of the pen in your hand. Mal, how? Where you just kind of like roll your hand open and there's a stopper in there?
Yeah, I'm just gonna close my hand, open it up, and there'll be a stopper.
All right, wisdom checks out of both of you.
Can I get advantage because mine is more realistic? You sure about that?
You go to crush on this pen for a second and you realize you really are just crumpling all these feathers down. Mal, you kind of like roll your hand over and you open it up and there's just a small little peanut in your hand for a second.
Wait, is it an actual peanut?
I don't know, it looks like one.
I want to grab that out of his open palm.
Slide a hand.
I want to not have her grab it because I want to eat it.
Slide a hand. Jesus fuck. I'm revealing those.
Oh,
Holy shit.
Whoa.
god damn.
Alright, Juniper, you're fast as shit. You see that peanut immediately go snatch towards that, and Mal, used to the sibling shit, just rolls his hand back and kind of like brings his hands up into a fighting stance for a second. You can still feel that peanut in there.
Ayo.
So, I ate my peanut?
You have it in your hand still.
Okay, I'm gonna do that sibling thing where, you know, the other sibling just barely reaches, except in this case it was the sleight of hand.
God, yeah.
Where, like, they just smash the food into their mouth and it does not matter. Just full send.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would just like, for flavor purposes, for Mal to know. Well, not for Mal, for High Table to know that Juniper had the split thought of imagining that peanut igniting on fire.
Oh no.
Wisdom.
No, she's not actually. She's not actually gonna do that. It was just an intrusive thought that crossed her mind.
Good. Wisdom.
Oh fuck.
I'm so excited for this entire debacle.
Okay.
Spicy peanut.
Mal, you slam this into your mouth for a second, chew down on it furiously, kind of just with that aggressiveness. And even though it didn't look like it, that seemed like you don't know what Cajun is, but it seemed to be a Cajun peanut.
You know what? I'm fine with that. That's great. That's great.
Mal is kind of holding that spyglass now down to his side for a second.
I'm not gonna take it. Like, I just want to make sure we keep a hold of it is the goal, because I want to keep it forever.
You know what I want to do?
Get married?
Okay.
I wish.
Look, we can learn the ceremony spell, guys. It's not that hard.
Oh my god, you're a paladin. Wait, can paladins do it, or am I thinking of clerics?
No, yeah.
You're not a paladin yet.
No,
what?
that's next level.
I know.
Marry us.
I had to get level 5 barb before I could switch.
Meet your god first. I've met my god. Can I be a paladin?
Have you met your god?
Can I be a divine soul sorcerer?
Ooh,
Have you met your
that's
god?
cool.
Who's met who god? What?
All right.
I would like
met a light.
to empty out. Like, I want to start pouring out the ink, but I want to pour it into my other hand, and I want to imagine the ink becoming the fabric of a sack.
Heyo.
Wisdom check.
I love how much power you've given us as players, and we are abusing the literal fuck out of it.
I like it. That's the point.
I keep rolling low though, and it's amazing.
I tried to get a bag and I rolled a 1.
Because I'm not creating it out of nothing.
Yeah, Mal, you see your sister kind of for a second, she picks up this inkwell and she kind of just turns it, and it's slower than you expect it to be. It's not a fast-moving liquid. It kind of pours kind of slow like a sap almost, but with a little more, little less viscosity. It pours out for a second, it hits her hand, and it kind of starts to just pass through her fingers and just kind of starts to continuously pour down towards the ground. But then all three of you kind of see for a second that it starts to pull about a foot off the ground. It starts to kind of roll for a second and fill almost to like a bowl.
Oh.
It starts to kind of make this half-cylinder shape midair.
So strange.
And it's from over your shoulders at that moment. You kind of hear just the, oh, come on now, let's not make too much of a mess here.
I would just immediately drop everything.
Each day in Juniper have high enough passive perception. You did not hear the door open and close, but it was closed.
I don't have a high enough passive perception. What the hell are your guys's?
I think we're both pretty high.
Mine's hot. What do you mean?
What's yours?
15.
Yeah, it's not high enough.
Mine's 18.
Good God.
Was there something y'all could use? Need or I can help facilitate?
No.
We are kind of learning how to facilitate things ourselves. This place is strange.
Oh, quite. I'm sorry you kind of come to that realization. It's something that I would help to do my best to make it easier for y'all. Something that how to say, you don't have to survive on your own here. I'd like to host for you, if you would let me.
Oh, no, we appreciate the hosting. It is just hard to give up autonomy.
Oh, I understand. It's quiet. I'd wouldn't want to do that from you. I'd just, if I can, make things easier as I can. To let you grow and understand on your own is not something I'd like to stifle.
Is it, Mr. Crue, if this is not too invasive?
Quite. Ask away. Plenty of questions I'd love to answer.
Is it just you that lives up here on this big plate?
And he kind of takes his free hand, kind of scratches the back of his head, and it's been a moment since I had other people living about, but yes, for most recent times, it's been just myself. Yes.
Juniper's intention is to utter the word Bahira.
Jesus
Just say
Christ.
Bahira and stare at him and see what he reacts.
Bahira,
That is
Bahira,
my-
Bahira.
Well, that's my intention, and I'm proclaiming it high table in case anyone would like to stop me.
No, I do want to bring it up. I just don't know how to bring it up.
I
Usually
Okay.
thinks he's
would
gonna get offended.
probably, you know what? No, man, you're too far away. If you were 5 feet,
Yeah.
I might try and like do that mouth covering thing.
Yeah.
Please do that.
Bahira.
Anyway.
Yeah. And you kind of get the sigh and just, yeah, all right.
Oh.
Cat's out of the bag. And he kind of puts his hand out, open palm, and just, yes, Bahira happened to live up here once upon a time ago. I had a small gathering of family and friends who lived up here with me. If you saw the state of the other buildings, it's been a moment. It's
Oh my god, I want to snoop in Bahira's house.
something that I keep for myself to have them about and kind of reminisce upon, but I've left them mostly intact and may have even let them go a little bit. But it's an older story, something we can talk over dinner if you would.
Oh, okay. Before he said that, as he like started to talk, Juniper would have pulled this chair out and sat down in it, like.
Well. And he kind of sees you kind of sit down for a second. He's just, he kind of like gestures the door, and you're like, we have the rest of the building to see for now. If you would, I hate to impose. I'm a little excited to show you what I've collected and what I have. It's quite a tour. If you would.
Absolutely. We will absolutely finish the tour before we have any additional questions of such depth.
Had a question, Mal.
Okay, of such depth. If it's less depthful, I don't know. There are
quite
words.
It's the story times can be had, as for sure. And Juniper, you go to push on that door, and it does stop for a second, and it reopens on the next attempt. Here, and he kind of sees you kind of run in ahead of time. Here, just kind of a general lounge and the storage. But feel free to spend some time out and about as you can.
I want
High
to
table.
ask him a question. Okay, wait, go high table.
High table, because windows are being scried through. Out and about, you still see the rest of the discus. I was not recreating it for this map itself, so outside of windows, it is just black expanse. But imagination table is actual. It's the rest of the discus.
Okay.
Ishide, yes, your question.
She just ran a quick lap. That's all.
Yep.
So how much
we're
do you know
going on the
about
tour
us
now.
before we got here?
It's quite a question. It's just more of how much I know about yourselves. It's quite got your name just a moment ago, but I guess I know where you came from, and I know.
Come from Capnado.
God damn, I knew it was coming. I knew it was gonna happen the moment you
Second
used
you
that
said it, it
phrase.
played in my head.
Someone has the soundboard for it, I promise.
I don't.
But, you know.
Oh, I don't think soundboards work in this channel.
In this one, they do.
We're in the other one. Oh, there you go.
Oh, Jesus
Okay,
Christ.
guys. Good job. Okay. Anyway.
I try to make it my best not to snoop and thereof investigate too much. I'd love to hear about yourself from you when we get a moment.
You don't like to snoop?
Oh, it's I find myself fancying my own works, focusing on yourself, if you would.
Just been doing a lot of like self-reflection and like working out and stuff.
There's no checking him out.
Self-improvement is something I definitely should take some time on. He kind of pats his own kind of chest and stomach for a second. He's definitely not. He's not the most slim. He's got some own heft to himself, but he's not got like he's not got a belly.
He's got the dad bod.
Yeah, good dad ballad.
It smells tight.
But
Oh my god.
But quietly, let's continue on down if you would. Any
I want to like brush up next to him as we're walking, and I want to ask him, do you think I'd be able to look in Bahira's house at some point? We know each other a bit.
He kind of stops and places his hand on top of his head, and you see this kind of like half worried look kind of shine to his face for a second. It's he returns to a smile, and it's again quite a not the best living accommodations. We could see something about it. It might take half a second. We'll have to clean it up before we
I'd rather it as it is.
In the nicest way I could. It's not the safest, but we'll discuss that as we can. And kind of fully
We
walks
like
up,
danger.
and clicks open both these doors for a second, pushes
Sounds
on
like being
one,
impatient.
and as he pushes on the one door, the other door kind of rolls with it, but like to the opposite direction. Here ahead is a kind of, if you would, more of a study. It's just kind of a place I like to kind of take some time to.
Oh.
And you open this door, and in front of you is this large
Oh my God, what's this?
telescopic contraption, and you find this large glass curved roof above you as you can see up into that giant expanse. There is book linings the walls and a couple of different larger books on the floor and whatnot. So he kind of steps in and steps to the side, let you all kind of enter in.
Mr. DM,
Does this-
what's this?
A large telescope.
No, that's
No,
sorry.
that's Juniper's
That's what I was
thing.
looking at, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
You guys have the same color ping.
Sorry, I saw a ping. Sorry. That over there matches the same thing that is over here.
Oh my God,
Is
that one.
a wooden imp-looking thing holding a book. And give me a perception, even though your natural passive is really high.
Oh my God.
It still seems very, very intricately carved. From a solid, kind of gives a wood granular look, but with very little imperfections along it.
I want to read book.
The telescope, does it remind me of the spyglass?
Yes, it does. At the end, there's a sizable chair which would sit there, a bunch of mechanisms and doodads and levers at the end of it. But yeah, it still has that nice glass piece. This ends up being about, the size of a dinner plate in front of you instead of a small eyepiece. But on the other end is a deeper blue crystal that kind of adorns the whole opposite side of it.
Okay. And what do I see through the looking glass?
As you you're sitting all the way in the chair, and you kind of take a scry through this small window that'll end up being, and at the current aspect, you're kind of staring at this inky veiled kind of ball. Kind of looks like a briar bush of just shadow.
Ooh.
Very like the evil stuff they were talking about, the dragons.
You hear from across the room there, Juniper, you hear from Crue, just do be a little careful on their mechanisms be a little complex. I can give you some time to a little lesson on how to operate there if you'd like, though.
I want to try and operate it on my own.
Give me a D20. Just D20. You give this you pull the first lever, you flip the other one for a second, the whole thing kind of spins. You feel yourself kind of sink, and the whole thing kind of rotates a little bit, and it kind of points higher up into the sky. And you all right, this one unlocks, this one kind of raises, you push the other way, it kind of lowers a little bit. You start moving this thing, and it kind of starts swinging. And right where you are, your seat itself kind of swings towards Ishide, though.
I just want to read.
So basically, we're back to back looking at our own devices.
You're kind of shoulder to shoulder at this point, yeah. If you wanted to continue to swing too much around, you'd have to ask her to scooch a little bit. And you kind of just hear this kind of half jolly kind of gruff from Crue for a second. Just never mind, move about, have some time. And kind of takes a half step, kind of peer over towards what Ishide also looking down to.
Yeah, what is she looking at?
It's an older textbook for sure. Larger pages through everything, and a lot of different pictograms and a lot of lines and numbers more than anything there. Ishide, will you give me a nice intelligence check?
Yes, that went so well last time.
Better. You're not really sure what it's discussing. It's a shit ton of math, though.
Can anyone else try and decipher this? Or is it because it's in a language we don't know?
You could try, but I mean, you're operating a telescope currently.
No, I looked over her shoulder. I'm looking at what she's looking at.
I want to ask her what it's about.
Juniper, make your intelligence check. Yep, still a shit ton of math, but kind of peer up for a second, asking a question, and he kind of huffs, takes a deep breath, and it's no short answer on it. It's just a bunch of Actually, let me show you something fun. He goes to starts to lift the book up for a second, and he pulls it backwards over here, across the way, and he sets it against this wooden imp, right?
Was there not already a book there?
He's holding a kind of scroll in his hand, but he's setting the book itself like across the legs and almost in the lap thereof for this imp. And you see it kind of like animate for a second as its head kind of raises and it kind of holds the scroll up a little higher. Starting again in the days of our old, and it starts to read aloud as it kind of the voice and jaw doesn't move, but it starts to iterate. And he kind of takes a step to the side, and he's, if you're willing to take the time, this thing will read to you, and it'll start from the chapters, or you can tell it again, and it's generally smart enough. It'll read and
that is very cool.
Take a moment to kind of give a synopsis to everything. And the imp itself kind of reads out for a second, just stops. It stops when it hears that synopsis, and it just this here is the time for every rotation in the Evis. Just kind of get a half chuckle out of Crue, and just I guess the synopsis may have been a little shorter on that end, but quite, I guess that's one way to put it. It's just a good calendar book, if you would.
And
Did you?
Yeah, but
You go.
what? I was gonna ask him about the others.
Go for it.
So, Mr. Crue, what exactly is the Evis?
Thought you were leaving the detailed questions for dinner, but I'll
fair.
keep it I'll keep it shorter if I can. I guess I left you to you're already in the study, if you would. And he takes a second and kind of walks across this over here and kind of grabs a bluer bind book with kind of pulls it out and has some different gold letterings off to the side. Well, if I were to give my generals for the synopsis, the Evis itself is just land in between, kind of where a lot of things end up. Kind of walks all the way over, and he extends this book out towards Mal. So this transcribed over into the general common language there.
That's very helpful.
But it's it just kind of, if you would, where things just happen to end up, I guess. If things get too lost.
What is Eves between?
Kind of peers over around each day. And, well, I guess quite between everything. It's kind of if you ask about I believe if you know, do you know anything about them? There are oceans for your world. The oceans between everything, you know.
What do I see when I look through the looking glass from the new perspective that I
Run
moved
me
it
an
to?
Arcana check. Don't mind me.
Oh my god.
Don't mind me. Roll 6 dice.
You get this kind of auburny color that kind of rolls through for a second. There's this.
I'm looking at the sun.
It's this kind of like almost sheet glass. You're kind of looking at very kind of papery, I guess, parchment kind of color. This flat surface that has these lines of white, smaller than like a grain of rice, that kind of slide and scatter about, and they're kind of making these circular, curved figures, kind of rolling about this kind of sheet.
My brain doesn't really make sense of that.
No, mine.
Well, I mean, you don't see it, so.
Okay.
All the questions
No,
I
but
have are like
yeah.
really serious, so I don't have any more to ask until dinner.
I want to steal his imp. And I'm trying to find a polite way to ask after he's already told me I can't have his spyglass.
Well, he didn't say you couldn't have it. He said we'll discuss worldly possessions later.
I was waiting to see if we were off the serious topic so I don't derail it by how do I get an imp. But yeah, I'll ask. How exactly did you make this imp thing?
Making it was quite actually a good, decent endeavor, if I would. It's something that it took me a good bit of trial. Sleight of hands over there, and it first definitely started with more humanoid shapes and figures for everything, but I found it actually ended up working best with a little extra chaos to the mix, if you know. But it definitely still follows. You know anything about golem creation magic? It follows that kind of school.
Would you possibly be able to help me make one? It seems useful.
He kind of almost taken back. He puts a hand to his chest and says, "Oh, well, I'd love to teach you and impart some knowledge. It's something of a skill I've always developed, and I'd love teach some younger folks some of the better ways to improve their days." And he kind of, as he's kind of saying this towards you, he kind of like continues to take like 2 or 3 side glances towards Mal.
What? Is there something in my nose?
No, quite. Your nose well fitting for your face, absolutely.
Wait,
the
what face
noses?
does he have? Are we ourselves again? Or...
I feel like we changed into ourselves, right?
I think we did.
Generally appear in yourself.
At first I thought you were a GIF, so I thought he was being rude, so I had to check.
Too much boulders.
Yeah, learning how to do things would be pretty cool.
Rightly then, and he kind of looks over, kind of to the side, over towards Juniper, and seem we're about ready to go then, yeah? Enough time here in the
look
study?
at every single book in the study.
Are you saying that aloud?
I was just gonna say no. Aloud, she would say, "I might spend a bit more time in here if you don't mind."
Well, definitely spend your free time in here as much as you like. I would hate to keep you, but we'll definitely finish the tour here for a moment. You have plenty of time here. Good amount of content. Take your time. I understand.
I don't like this man. But yeah, she'll go with them. He's telling me to just wait for everything.
Good amount of time. It's kind of sketchy.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yep.
He just wants friends.
How long do you think we're gonna stay here, guy?
You coming along, Mal? You asking that aloud?
No, I'm putting it in my notes for my questions for dinner. There's quite a number of questions at this point.
Yeah. Come on, Mal.
I'm sorry, I was writing notes.
All right, yeah, he kind of puts his hand to the door for a second, kind of steps through, and you're welcomed into a bright green greenhouse-looking area with a bunch of plants, kind of rolling everything, a good glass wall, and kind of the expanse of everything to the side and sides for it. And he goes, here, you should have about just kind of one of those nature walks, if you would. Kind of looks over towards Ishide for a second, and kind of Juniper as she rolls in, and kind of, you might quite know, I had a friend of mine who was quite fond of nature, and she taught me the importance thereof. So I
Do any of the plants look familiar and edible?
Yeah, I was gonna roll to see if any of them interest me in any specific way.
They are all very exotic. Some of them have different fruits and seeds. None that you would recognize as edible.
But if I see it as a fruit, I would assume it's edible. Therefore, I would reach to grab a fruit and put it in my mouth.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Can I roll to see if whatever she picks up is edible and maybe stop her from eating it?
A really high nature check. Yeah, absolutely. Random exotic plants and magical land that you've never seen.
Hey, Crue, is all of this stuff edible?
Am I just rolling the nature check now, or?
Yeah, roll the nature check. Yeah. He's already kind of walking the distance down here as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of just, oh yeah, absolutely. This is a general household of mine. I wouldn't keep anything here that would be overtly dangerous. And he kind of looks back to Juniper already having thing in mouth, and he kind of chuckles to himself. And each day you tell everything's here is doesn't show anything that you were aware of that would be generally dangerous. Things look like they're growing fruit for reproduction, as they should. And kind of
Were any specific plants that interested me, or no?
When you say interest you, like there are purple plants, there are green plants, there are plants that grow sideways.
I don't know. Like... Bahira may have mentioned something about plants in her time.
Run me a history check as well, because there are plenty of exotic plants. But still, Crue kind of gives a nice chuckle and just plenty to see yourself around. Definitely take a moment to enjoy and respect the nature, if you would.
You know how kids walk next to walls and they like put their hands on the walls as they're walking by it? Juniper's doing that to the plants. Do any of them feel interesting?
There are some that are like a little fuzzy. There are some that are kind of waxier than others.
Oh boy.
But definitely as you get to some other plants, as you kind of reach your hand out to them, they also kind of recoil away from you, and they like move themselves out of the way.
I definitely want to touch those plants.
There's this little, kind of larger plant. They kind of almost resemble what you would be like high table, an elephant ear. Like kind of a very large.
Why can that not be?
Well, I don't know if she'd know what an elephant ear is living in a cave. You're fast enough there that you can like make physical touch to it, but it still like kind of like completely recoils and like snap, but like rolls itself closed for a second and kind of pulls itself towards the center. And then even as you kind of go to reach towards the center of itself, the entire like stalks and vines on it kind of recoil down back towards the earth. completely enclosing itself down.
So it's completely disappeared, basically, into the earth.
Yeah, rolling itself down into like a small, size of a book almost, kind of like cylinder, compacted itself down.
I want to touch another one.
What exactly is Mr. Crue doing in this time?
He kind of leaned his back towards one of the edges of a door that's still kind of shut, and he's kind of looking around, just kind of watching you all, kind of chuckling himself as Juniper tries to make herself smaller and quieter to sneak up on a plant.
Fantastic.
Am I successful?
And it seemed to be quieter and smaller, and you kind of reach out, and it is just the fraction of a fucking inch. As you go to almost touch this next plant, it is meeting your slow advance to just slowly retract itself back.
Oh my god, that's so cute. I love that.
I'm ready to move to the next room, I suppose.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna stand by Mr. Crue.
He kind of stops for a second and kind of sees you kind of pause and just kind of huffs to himself. Not much of a nature folk yourself, eh?
Yes, you've seen one bush or three, you've seen them all.
I quite understand
They would
that.
just look over to you and then go back to looking at the plants.
I understand it. It's a little more of acquired taste, but it's something to be understood and respected. They have a quite interesting way to surprise you if you take a moment to almost study themselves to see how they build and create themselves. They are something that grow differently and don't follow the structure of our natural world. They something that always kind of lead to surprises if you want a new point of view on something. I found plants actually an interesting way to find it.
It is
I
a
want to
very
grab.
interesting perception.
It's one I had to find through the help of a friend, for sure.
I wonder who that friend was.
What you got there, Juniper?
I want to grab a fistful of dirt from this planter and just put it in my pocket.
What?
Yeah,
Why are you stealing soil?
Law of familiarity? I don't know.
Can't decide if I want to do a soil joke or not.
Soiled it.
Load it. Juniper, you having fun? Just kind of looking around, poking through.
Oh, I grabbed that soil and then I went to stand next to my brother.
Okay. You should
He should leave when everyone's ready to leave.
Okay. He sees the other two kind of come up alongside and kind of, yeah. It's it'd be a moment, and then kind of about the time Ishide shows up as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. He kind of takes a second and kind of leans towards this door, and he opens it for just a half hair for a second. You see him pause and pull the door shut. Oh, Ishide, you yourself had the only line of sight. Why are you drawing?
The only line.
I'm not drawing, don't look at that.
Where were you drawing? Oh.
Nowhere.
Okay. You had the
No,
only
I
line
can't
of
see
sight.
drawings.
Yeah.
Really?
It's because you didn't walk over. Oh wait, I'm the only one who went over there.
Yeah.
It's fine.
You had the only line of sight. We roll a perception there each day.
I would love to. Why not just grab another one?
I was also gonna say, could I also help him open the doors?
The door that you're next to didn't move. It's literally just the one that he put his hand on.
Yeah, but I want to open it to the same room.
Mm-hmm. Ishide, in this room, it was a.
I don't mean to, I'm changing it now. Oh wait.
Are you sure about that? Oh my god.
Sorry, he keeps telling me I'm on one tool and then I'm not. Okay, I'm good.
Uh-huh. you see a larger contraption in there for a second, and he kind of just like pulls it. It is a wooden metal kind of like roll of everything for just over his shoulder. He kind of pulls it back and just kind of hangs his head for a second, and kind of rolls his chin to the side. Apologies.
Wait,
Kind
what did I see in there?
large metal and wood contraption in the center of the room.
I'm gonna
kind of looks up.
that.
Looks up towards Mal for a second, hearing that as well. I seem to have forgotten to clean up after myself for a second. I'll excuse and apologize. Apologies from me. I'll get to it here afterwards. And he kind of stops and reopens the door. And in the center of this dining area, there is a large kind of gear and cart contraption that seems to penetrate down through the floor. Mal,
Ayo.
run a history check.
That looks real interesting.
It does, doesn't it? It's still
God damn it, bro.
We also used it, didn't we?
No, you didn't.
No? Okay.
No.
Wait, what have we done? No, we used it.
You used a
Get
dragon.
back up?
Oh, we used a dragon.
Oh, we did, yeah.
How? You a little crude. Maybe this is more of a finished product. This still is a minecart bucket that kind of goes down. Yeah, you're right. That'd be used to kind of go down a big tunnel, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
This is a platform?
It's a bucket, if you would, a man bucket to kind of go down a minecart. It empty black void expanse below. Nothing your eyes.
Not again. Stepping away.
Does this look locked?
It is a pulley system with a rope.
Is it? But
and
like,
a motor.
does it? Oh, it's a motor.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to jump in the bucket.
I'm gonna say, if you would, there's a weight down there that comes up as the people in the bucket go down. Yeah.
We can't TPK again, so.
Jesus Christ.
There's a small swinging door on the side of the bucket. You can definitely kind of pull it out to the side, and as you kind of step in it, the whole thing kind of shifts, moves a little bit.
Oh, I imagined because it is a bucket, I can just hop over the edge.
Sure, you could do that too.
Parkour.
And the whole thing kind of still just kind of shifts under your weight for a second and kind of free swings, and Crue once again kind of laughs. And it's just a older side project. I had kind of sitting around for a second and just had to figure it out for it. It's nothing quite that's I'll clean it up as you would. Just be a little careful around her. And he kind of
what was the side project?
just just making sure designs worked as well as almost seeing about a odd debating, if you would, trying to see how well we could do quite for the such, and kind of puts his hand on the back of a chair for a second, just
Why
if you would.
Do you have 2 sets of tables?
I wasn't quite sure how many guests to accommodate for, but it's something that it's something to always have something for. Can't see a reason not to have 7 tables, if you would. It's just something still sitting about. I cleared out a couple more to work on the side project, if you would.
What is? No, that's fine.
I just want to roll to investigate the contraption to have a better understanding of how it works.
Investigation.
Okay. That's it.
Once again, there are a good set of levers for everything. Kind of just like seem to be a lock and an up and down kind of for everything, but it could be operated as needed.
Cool.
These are pillars.
Oh, I thought that was a stool.
These are pillars going across everything. Yeah. No.
Wait.
Pillars.
I'm gonna try and push Mal out of this chair.
Jeez, fine, I will move. Mr. Crue, you do not mind if I sit next to you.
Oh, come, please. And he's still standing at the current moment, so you as you kind of come around the side of the table.
On my lap, dude.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just gonna
your
stand behind my
chair.
chair and wait.
Well, as you put your hand on his, he'll kind of pull it to the side as well, and just come now. We'll get some food going for a second.
This table does not seem to have food on it, but I'll sit at the table.
How many knives and forks do we have?
There would be 1 knife, 2 forks, 2 spoons.
What? Okay.
I would
etiquette.
like to pick up the cup, and as I look into it, I would like to will ale into existence inside the cup.
Wisdom check. And as you do, from your side, the door does swing open, and in comes which there is ale there.
Why are they double?
In comes a small woman who kind of comes out with a tray and everything, kind of sets them down to the one side, and kind of comes around with a pitcher of water. Kind of sees you for a second and kind of nods quietly and walks around to the other side of the table and goes to fill Yishide's, steps over to Mal's. Have you?
Yes.
And goes to fill Mal's.
Thank you very much.
What colors of these have I seen before that I remember?
Run a history check.
I remember green and blue. That's what I remember.
We haven't seen them before, right? Just so.
Mal has.
Okay.
I've seen ghosts.
Wait, when did you go on a solo adventure without me?
Everyone went on a solo adventure, didn't they?
I know, but I didn't.
I'm
see
trying to
anything
remember
cool. I
exactly
turned
what the
into a
fucking
goat,
colors
I did.
meant. I don't remember. I don't remember.
Maybe there was a bar that could have. Yeah. She kind of turns and she you're all high enough on the passive perception. She definitely fills Mal's and then kind of just passes by Crue as well. To walk back through the door. She filled yours.
Okay.
As she finished Mal, she walks by Crue and he kind of holds his up as well. Kind of tipping it towards Juniper here for a second. He kind of, as you are, kind of takes a nice kind of sip of his and what will we find for dinner tonight? How would y'all like to enjoy some festivities, if you would, almost?
I would say that because we grew up in the cave, that something like venison would be very much more rare to cave dwellers, but reminiscent of our childhood.
When did you guys grow up in a cave? We grew up in an orphanage.
Yeah, for like 2 years.
Yeah, we were the latest editions, as I recall.
Okay, cool. I forgot about that. I forgot the ages everyone got that.
We grew up in a cult. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah.
And then
Forgot we had lives.
A little bit of orphanage, and then Bisbee.
Yep. We've had a bit of a rough and tumble childhood, you know?
Just a little.
Imagine.
So, but hips.
having a parent or a dad or something.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Imagine.
Can I will into existence a feast of venison and sides?
Give me a wisdom check.
I need to just put this on my hotbar, honestly.
It's really becoming that, isn't it?
I can't though.
You go to kind of grab your knife and your fork for a second and close your eyes, and you kind of feel this almost jelly-like kind of resistance for a second. Kind of open your something kind of slows you down. Kind of look back, open your eyes, and Crue's got his hand out for a second. He's like, come on now. We can do something a little better for everything. Kind of snaps his fingers, his open hand for a second, and out comes from those same doors for a second another commoner looking female, kind of just two of them now come through with 2 whole handfuls of plates of food and whatnot, but they still have the nice silver top for everything as they kind of come through and set one down in front of each person.
Is there fruit?
It is currently still just silver-topped plates.
Oh, sorry.
With nice, like,
I
gladiators.
definitely. Oh.
Yeah.
Go away, Sal.
What?
This isn't for you.
Oh.
She's, having fun. It's fine. But before we start full dinner and story time,
It's story
we'll take a
time.
Story time.
Small break for
You
everybody.
heard
It's
the
been
DM chat. We're going a
2
break.
hours. So
Going on a trip in our little rocket ship.
come back with a whole list of questions and story time to go.
Story
Oh.
time.
Do they specifically have to be questions? Because all Juniper has is shenanigans.
It's shenanigans, fine.
I have questions.
Alright.
Hopefully Ford's somewhere in the middle.
Spaghetti. It's just
All right.
Dinner to your own likings, as you kind of see. Crue, go first. Kind of grab the top of this, kind of rolls it off to the side. And you kind of see him like lift it over his head and let it go for a second, and it just completely vanishes as the hand leaves the top of it.
Oh. I don't trust dropping something on top of my head to make it disappear.
Put it behind your head, then. But he, in front of him is this nice, full-sized, kind of selection of mashed potatoes, venison kind of meat, and a small bowl of soup off to the side of it. And he kind of rubs his hands together and kind of clasps them and kind of, well, let's enjoy some dinner, shall we?
I want to throw my lid off behind me and make it disappear.
Mm-hmm. Make the easiest little wisdom check.
Imagine failing it.
Imagine
it just
a 1.
clatters behind you.
It did good, Mal. All right.
I really hoped you would fail. I'm sorry.
That's fair. I kind of hoped I'd fail too.
There, Mal?
Huh?
What you got for dinner, Mal?
First thing that came to my mind was tacos. So
Tacos.
I have
Chicken?
little sheets of bread, if you will. Thin pressed bread that's baked thin like a naan, and then a pile of meat and a pile of nice like roasted veggies that I can stack in there and a little sauce.
Yeah, absolutely. Juniper, you had a question?
Yeah, the fruit that I ate in the garden room, did I like it?
Yes? I mean...
Well, we never really talked about it. I just ate a random fucking fruit off a tree that I didn't.
It would be generally flavorless, like it kind of
Oh, okay.
biting into a very plain apple. Like it had some juice to it, had some texture, but not a lot of flavor.
I want to lift up my silver platter thing, and instead of tossing it over my head, I would just like to toss it off of the table onto the floor.
to the right?
Yes.
Are you intending for it to be gone, or are you intending for it to hit the ground?
I'm just tossing it. Yeah.
Give me a wisdom check.
I want to see what happens. Oh god.
And you kind of toss it off to the side, and it absolutely, the moment it kind of leaves your hand, it doesn't even get to the edge of the table as it disappears.
Oh. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And what would be on your dinner plate there, Juniper?
Dinner table. Ishiday splayed out.
Probably the same thing that Crue has on his plate, which she's kind of disappointed by that because she doesn't want to eat the same thing as the old man.
Well, noted. And Ishiday?
Is it like we consciously know that we get what we pick?
Yes.
She'd copy the other two.
For Crue and
Mm-hmm.
Juniper? Okay. Yeah. Lifts it up, and you said you're not dropping yours over your head, or you put it like one behind
putting
you?
it next to her plate.
Just on the table. Okay. Yeah. And Crue gives kind of like nod, and kind of sees everybody has their food, and just kind of let's enjoy a bit of food for us, and have some talk in between everything. And he kind of takes a knife and starts cutting into the sides of everything, pulls off a nice little bite size, digs it in the mashed potatoes, puts it in his mouth, and just kind of nods happily to everybody. Yeah.
Does the food smell?
Yes. Yeah,
Does it
all
look
I
like
want to
real
see if
food?
the food is poisoned or real or suspicious in any way.
Give me a survival check for poison.
Mm-hmm.
Perception on everything else, but
Perception?
yeah.
I would like to take a forkful of mashed potatoes and locking eyes with Crue, I would like to fling it to the right.
You are literally just being a gremlin, and it's amazing.
Flinging it out to the right.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
thinking
you're
to
kinda-
myself, is this food real or is it like the sheet pan?
Give me a strength check.
I swear to God.
I really hope you just.
If you
fling it
roll a
at the wall.
1, I would be so happy.
Which,
I would
we'll
love to know
see
what happens.
here. The thing is... Oh, okay.
You give this nice solid like flick off to the side, and as you kind of bring your fork, because you're holding eye contact, you flick it out of your kind of view. You bring your fork back, and your mashed potatoes have rolled to the end of your fork, but are still kind of suspended midair, just like off the end of your fork, and still kind of locked in position midair
Oh
at the end of
my
your fork.
God.
As you pull it back into view, you gotta get this kind of chuckle from Clue, and just as he kind of takes another cut and a bite, and kind of sticks the knife, takes another bite.
Can I
What happens if
control
I-
those?
Poke it mid-air.
It kind of gives this nice little kind of like softly kind of rolls out of your finger. You just as you push your mashed potatoes, it's just suspended there. Still seems like mashed potatoes though.
I'm gonna look over to the
Oh.
most magically inclined person that I know.
Yeah,
If it
he
wasn't me,
stays
I was gonna be really offended. I was waiting.
staring at her food pretty intently and kind of like rolling to the side, moving around, making sure there's no weird oils, nothing with it. And all looks normal.
Which set of food did you end up with, by the way?
I
So
copied
it's
the
got
other two.
Meat, potatoes, a little bit of soup.
Also, I'm the only one who got something special.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
I would like to roll Arcana or Perception or whatever on Juniper's life.
On my life?
On her situation, my brain just couldn't think of the situation.
her
and
life.
said life.
yeah. Give me a.
If you want to throw some stuff about Juniper's life in, why not?
Give me a perception check. Yeah.
Is the table small enough for me to reach across and grab one of Mal's tacos?
It would not be small enough for that, no. And each day that you don't seem to see any direct magical interference. They seem suspended, very much positionally locked at the end of the fork still. Would be those mashed potatoes. And she kind of like brings it closer to you and kind of tosses it and kind of rolls it a little bit, kind of just like, what the fuck? It lollipopped its way on the end of the fork, very naturally, if you would, as if with that roll, as if the laws of the worlds dictated it.
But nothing about Juniper's life.
It's in shambles right now.
I would like
it's
to
a bit of a circus.
I'd like to creatively summon that little ball of mashed potatoes and eat it.
You want to pull it to you?
Yeah, I just want to like make it
Roll
levitate to me, and I'll just
We're just flicking it between each other, and
Yeah.
he's just intently staring at it like you're throwing a ball for a dog.
Wisdom check. Yeah. 2 fingers, flick it into your mouth from across the tape. Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
You kind of see your hand kind of come out and kind of flick it off the end of the fork as if you're kind of just pulling it. And whip it across the table into your mouth.
See me wait.
Pretty good.
I would like to cast Mage Hand as a cantrip, but I also have Mage Hand Legerdemain. And I would like to grab one of the tacos and bring it to me.
Legerdemain?
Yeah.
Yeah, she got the fancy one. Give me a Arcana check.
Bro.
Now give me a Wisdom save. You feel this, you kind of conjure up this hand, you kind of go forward, and you feel a familiar feeling, but it's very odd for you as you kind of conjure this hand, and you feel this wrapping across the back of the magic hand that kind of is very odd, as you feel it on the mage hand, as there's this smack to the back of your hand as it was extending across the table, and the hand itself dissipates.
Ooh. I would like to Perception, Arcana, Investigation, anything to try and perceive whatever that was.
Yeah, Arcana, the both of you.
Did I mean, did I watch this too?
He's just stuffing down tacos.
Juniper still a little confused on the whole of everything for it. Ishide, though, however, you saw this almost tentacle kind of whip, corona kind of slash down from the ceiling itself and hit this mass of magic that came from Juniper.
What color was it?
A very deep purple.
I would telepathically say to her it was a purple thing, a purple tentacle just whipped it out of the earth.
Interesting.
And, hear from Crue, he just kind of stops and is meal not to your liking, ladies. We can get you something else and find you something to enjoy some food. We'll or if you'd like to kind of roll more towards dinner, we can past dinner. Sorry, we can more start some conversations just to keep you well well hosted, if I may.
How hungry am I?
That is you question.
I
Are we
mean,
hungry?
No, Mr.
we eat last
DM,
night?
how hungry is Juniper?
That is a you question.
Well, how do I determine how hungry she is?
How hungry do you want to be?
Well, because
did
I know
you-
that you keep track of whether we eat or not.
I would normally, however, perception is reality.
Huh.
If Ishide
If
doesn't
you don't
immediately feel like she's hungry, she's gonna
my
just
God.
decline eating and say she's
If you
hungry.
don't perceive being hungry, you're not eating.
Mr. DM,
Yeah.
I would like to be extremely hungry and just continually eat tacos.
Yeah. When you lift your third taco, like you kind of pick it up, you roll it over towards your face, you look back down, there's 3 more fucking tacos.
Oh my god, do I watch them appear on his plate?
So fucking excited.
You do just see them appear.
Can I send a taco to Juniper? Because I assume I saw the hand.
No, it was invisible.
Oh, then...
Yeah, invisible hand.
Then never mind, I wouldn't send you a taco.
Can I Arcana to perceive if the food is real or not? Or whatever?
Absolutely. Or Ishide, what was your last one? About not being hungry?
if she perceives she's not hungry, she won't eat.
Alright, yeah. Juniper, as far as you can tell, absolutely. Everything seems very real, very material.
Material.
Very material.
That is an interesting choice of words, Mr. DM.
Thank you.
It's delicious material.
Is it actually?
I don't know. Probably.
His is delicious, absolutely. He is perceiving it as such. It is delicious. Phenomenal.
Okay. On perceiving things exactly how they are and not how they are portrayed.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to begin questioning our host.
Yeah, absolutely. He's
he always tells us the truth.
He's
and would never
mostly
lie.
kind of chewing on the end of his steak, and it's pretty much gone at this point. He's kind of got a couple scraps of potato off to the side, but nothing that he's kind of doing more than picking at.
Mr. Crue.
Yeah, absolutely, man. What you got?
Could you please enlighten us? The servants that you have here. You said you lived alone for a while, but there seems to be something here. Who are they?
Kind of rolls his head over to the side and kind of back. It's oh yeah, it's he kind of takes a second, kind of nods. I did promise longer answers here at the table. If you would, I'll counter your question with a question of my own. How would you define a human life?
I don't like that question.
Do you mean like a living person, a dead person, or something in between?
Well, I'd continue that as we'll have it as a conversation. Is a dead person still a human being?
They're a human being, but they're not alive.
What if they were an
Human,
elf?
yes. Being, no.
Yeah, then they once were, but are no longer.
What if they're in between?
If they're still dying, I believe they're quite still alive. Hopefully savable.
What do you mean savable?
No. Well, all life is precious. He kind of stops for a second. Now, if you were happenstance stuck in a state in between, then you'd find yourself quite in a predicament, wouldn't you?
Indeed.
That's rude.
And what do you know of these predicaments, Mr. Crue?
Well, I believe that every predicament you can find yourself in could also be an opportunity to such, depending on how you take advantage of such. If you find yourself in a state of continuously dying, but not quite there dead, then I guess you ain't gotta pay much of a tax anymore if you qualify yourself as dead.
Is there normally a tax for death?
There's definitely a tax for living, if I know anything about how a lot of countries roll themselves.
It's death and taxes. Jesus Christ.
But to our original question, as the company I kept about, they're not quite much alive anymore, and they're I don't much so consider them the best conversators. They handle some good tasks here and there, but not something that would much qualify as a human being much anymore.
anymore.
So they're
no,
dead.
quiet. Yes, more so. They would be considered, what is being drawn on the plates? Yeah, much more. I consider them, past beyond the mortals situations anymore.
Immortal?
Everything in life is finite if you give enough time to it. The immortal itself is a matter of perception, if you would.
But we are defining life.
Quiet. So no longer mortal, then not at all. Yeah, or you're asking the question there of immortality.
I am
Kind of
just trying to
perks up on that.
understand.
Oh, well. Yeah, no, quite. It's
It seems like a bit of difficulty in describing these things. Perhaps we ask a bit more simple questions before moving into more complicated ones.
quite. So I'll do again once my best can to answer with enough verboseness, if you would.
How did you know who we were before we came here?
Where would you describe us here? To my own resident abode, or to this in between, if you would?
The in between.
Both.
Well, if I would, before you came to my abode itself, you would been about and caused not too much of a ruckus, but enough of a footprint, if you would, down below. I'd been forewarned of your general approach. As far as your visiting down here to our in between, I hadn't much of mud and hatch of your whereabouts and personal hoods, if you would, before you came here, and something I had to figure out, if you would.
But specifically, what did you know about us from when we were?
You were
Before we got in between.
you were quite capable in your own other aspects. Not something that y'all had gotten much time to flex and taken care of, but capabilities would be there. And he kind of takes that last kind of look to all the way look over at Mal, and some of y'all have some room to grow, if you would.
Just gonna continue eating tacos. Actually, with a 15, I feel like I'd see that. I'm not that dumb.
No, yeah. You're being addressed.
So, that is like the second or third time you've said something like that and then looked at me. Would you care to explain?
that.
Perception is reality, should they?
Yeah, stop putting your purple slime everywhere.
Hey, yo.
Yeah, said I'd do my best to answer questions. As far as down to the nature of it, son, I'd hate to impart my
I thought
own.
he was. He said son, and I was like, Dad?
Dad?
I'd hate to impart my own expectations on you, but they're of how to say it best. You could be doing a little better with what you got.
And I suppose you are familiar with whatever I got?
Oh yeah, there's a good familiarity to it for sure. It's you seem to have spent some time along a it's a nicer word for an older being, if you would. We'll go with that. You get some time to make some friends, it seems. Run a history check on that there. If you need help
What
with
did
it.
he say? We spent time around an older being?
Yep.
Wow.
There you go. He is very directly trying to be courteous about the dragon and the blessing you got.
I thought he was trying to imply Grom was a god.
That's exactly where I went, and I was like, that doesn't seem right, but alright.
I was like, we didn't spend that much time around the dragons for that to, yeah.
Okay. Thinking, considering, plotting. Whoa.
I was listening, but can I get a recap on like the last 30 seconds?
Mal has been blessed by a dragon and can do a lot more with it if he knew what the fuck he was doing.
No, what did he say that you had to clarify though? That they thought it was about Grom.
Oh, it is an older being that he spent some time around.
Oh.
That gave him his potential.
He was saying Grom's a god.
I mean, Grom is a god, but...
I mean, it would make sense if he
Godfather. Ow!
Hey, legitimately. So, then I will ask him specifically what kind of skills or skill would that be? Like, what power is it?
Well, kind of rolls his eyes up for a second. And let me find the quite best word to because it's not quite not quite an energy itself. It's we'll just go with potential. You have potential energy. Little if you would, your own nest egg investments. I'm running out of metaphor here for it, but
Then just speak
He's
plainly.
about to talk about stock market.
You got to invest in the stocks.
stonks.
Stonks.
Juniper said that.
Yeah, no. The plain matter of the fact is the potential inside you to do more. To it really is just it raw untapped potential. Something you got to be able to focus and facilitate into something.
Into something. What exactly? Is it an ability? Is it power? Is it tacos? Like, it's very cryptic.
Well, I'm doing my quite best here. She's it'd be definitely something, a power, if you would. It's however, whatever something you channel and focus it into is up to your own. You could put it into a big old mall, as you like to swing about. You could focus it into a rock. That's its own potential, I guess. It's nothing more fluid than the water itself. It's
is it what you
depending
do?
on what you make of it. No. This is quite more wild, if you would. A little more.
As someone who is more proficient in magic and is related to Mal, do I have do I clue into what Santa's talking about?
No, you gotta give him his actual name.
Crue?
Crue.
Yeah. What are you saying clue into? Because I mean he's saying it aloud, so
Are you
it's
sure
just
she's cluing into or is she crewing into?
Because Mal doesn't really understand what Crue is trying to say by potential.
That is true.
But for Juniper, as someone who has tapped into and practiced her own magic, do I understand that what Crue is saying Mal has and can use and needs to learn how to use is magic that he's accessing?
It sounds, yes, like magic.
But
how he would tap into it may be different than yours. But it sounds like magic.
Okay.
Here, how about this here? Mal, after the dinner and everything, if you remember back, just outside, I have a nice open space just in between everything. Free of any kind of obstructions and nothing that could be accidents of such entertainment. If you would, after the meal and in a bit of free time, we can step outside and I'll help you try and better focus it a little bit, if you would.
Perhaps that would be a great example of how to use this potential you speak of.
Again, I don't want to focus you too much on it. It is something that you should definitely experiment and construct your own with it. But I'll give you a kick and start if you would.
Absolutely. Perhaps we could do that after we are finished with the dinner.
Quite. But plenty of questions. I'm sure for all of you.
Did you say how long you've lived up here?
Oh, no, I quite did. Can't say I kept much of track for it. How would you like that increment of time? I guess you looking in an amount of worldly years? Or you looking my own lifetimes? You
have had
Worldly
multiple
years.
Well, I guess in the least corrective way of saying such, I guess you wouldn't be quite satisfied with long enough. Kind of looks up towards for Juniper to that.
Yeah, I glare at him.
glare.
Yeah. In the nice way, before that little rock y'all were on started spinning, I was up here.
That is a long time.
Very
Quiet.
fucking old.
Well, I believe I consider myself still quite spry, so I'd hate to damper any expectations. But
Santa.
Literally.
Even
For
got Santa
sure.
on his back.
I have asked many questions to you, Crue. I apologize for taking up all of your time. I'm sure my companions have some questions built up, ready to ask you.
for sure, it's do my best to answer as I can. There's no rush and hurry. We'll get some sleep as we get tired, I guess.
The people
Until
in the
then.
town below, they seem very policed by your people, as in what they say specifically about the gods.
Kind of gives it a kind of small huff for a second as you bring it up. It's town below's kind of a strong word, if you would. It's much more just a junkyard at best, with a little scurrying about. You said some of the people down below thereof. Did you run into a good couple folk?
Not specifically.
Kind of furrows his brow for a second. So no, it's yeah, we got a couple of them winged folks, both types, and here and there a couple more of the helping hands to help him clean up down there. But kind of shakes his head a little bit and just, I don't quite remember too many people down there though.
What about the people who are more like us, without the wings, just regular looking people?
Kind of yeah, closes his jaw for a second. No, quite. Shouldn't be any of them down there. To my knowledge, y'all are about the only ones that kind of wandered in about this way, and kept general track about getting you
Oh,
up here.
I'm gonna narrow my eyes at him, and I'm going to be like, "Are you sure?"
Sure about
that we are the only ones that entered into this world through the way that we did?
Well, to be fair about it, I'm not quite the surest about the way you got about here. As far as coming, landing about, and my humble abode, pretty sure you're about the only ones here. Yeah. I ain't done much of a foot search myself to comb over everything, but I ain't had too many guests.
How long have your winged friends been helping clean up, exactly?
Gives another scratch towards the back of his head. Not to tangent into the story, but quite a while since a bunch of the in-between started landing about here. It's outside of my generalized area. There's a bit more of the land around, and things just happen to pepper about. Snowfall, if you would, more of a natural element to things. Just how it just land about on a flat surface, if you would, in the Evis in between. It's not much more than a dust collection, but they've been helping keep things clean.
What is clean? I mean, there was large amounts of body parts down below, and they are doing some level of sorting.
Yeah, much so. It's I believe the general word is just repurposing, recycling, and kind of be able to break things down, put them back into a bit of work process. It's a bit of back and forth for it all, but the general idea is to be able to get everything well sorted and purposed back towards the material plans as they need to be. Which kindly to the role of that thereof is not necessarily the best process how we normally go about returning things. Any of the things that do end up getting properly sorted, brought and all down, they generally get the easiest way to return things to the material planes, as you were interested in before. And he kind of taps his head over towards each day. So easiest way is the smallest possible particulates, if you would. So generally they're just breaking things down in mini pieces, smaller pieces, and we just return them back to the lands they are from. So to do such for y'all would be a little more of a process. I'd assume y'all want to go in a more complete pieces, not nothing such a small.
Would it come as a surprise at all to hear that there is an entire civilization below you?
Kind of stops for a second and tilts his head. And when you say in civilization, they got your own
Inside
order
check.
And go for it. Got their own kind of set of order and how they do about the things, but he seems. Ishide, let me get yours as well.
Yeah, rolling.
He seems generally disconnected with what happens below, and he knows how he set it up, and has not given two shits to ever check on it. Much like a wind-up toy, kind of just put everything in order, clicked it on, and said, "All right, fucking computer's running, right? Whatever, wheels are turning." Went back to his own work. It's very much until big machine stops working, there's never really reason to check on it. And has been doing his own work. But he kind of gives us does its own, but civilization would be a kind of a stronger word. I believe they just kind of making sure everything works well.
And these helping hands of yours. Yes, they are.
Question.
Yeah.
Did y'all find any other people other than Scotty?
No.
He said there were other people, that's all we know.
At the
That's fair.
bar.
Yep. All right, cool. Moving
That's
on.
a fair point. We are doing a lot of assuming.
You are doing a lot of assuming from Scotty's words. He said a lot of things.
I'm also concerned with how the actual angel people, planetars, act.
Yeah, they were weird and sexual.
And sexual. Yeah! Did you not get that?
They were not sexual to you?
I had a 5-second interaction with one of them, and it wanted
They really
to
wanted to
me.
get me into
I
a
need
cage
you-
and be defensive.
Oh,
You need to skip to the end of both of our sessions when we talk with those things. They are fucking super creepy. It's amazing. But like, fuck.
I love how different that episode was for everyone.
Yeah, wildly, hot damn.
Mine was like 5 minutes or something.
It's an hour.
Oh, an hour. Yeah, same thing.
Okay. So you're helping hands then. Do you let them run themselves?
Oh, quite. As I said before, I try to do my best to let everybody have their own autonomy to everything. I'd hate to be an oppressive kind of force to anybody. Everybody should have their own choices of how they get the job done, as long as the job's getting done well and everybody's contributing to a bigger picture, I guess. Kind of shrugs his shoulders and just ain't nothing, no harm, no foul, right?
Perhaps. But perhaps a more in-depth conversation another time. I
yeah, quite.
would love to go explore more of the city at a later time as well.
Quite so. It's you call it a city though. It's a collection of organizations. It's just a well-oiled process. But yeah, no, for sure, yeah. Give it a.
Does he
give it a look
believe it's a
over.
well-oiled process?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions for right now. I'm interested to go in the backyard and play catch with my dad.
He's not your dad. You're not a dad.
I have Grom.
I want to
Well, he's not
I
your
wanna-
dad, is he?
reiterate.
Wow,
his,
wow.
He's the only one that
actually.
matters.
want to reiterate. You asked about his age.
Yes,
See,
and
that
he
was
said
about
he
it.
was alive
is-
before the rock started spinning.
I guess we
Mhm.
should ask about Bahira now, because I didn't even consider
I'm
that.
waiting for Sal to ask her question, because that seemed good and relevant, and then we've just gone past it.
I just wanted to point it out. You asked about how old he's been up here, not when anything started past that. So you have the start of the timeline now. And now you're trying to ask questions in between it. It's kind of funny. But yeah. Kind of nodding over to Mal, looks over to the other two, and do my best, of course. Mal's opinion's important. How's by my hospitality been for the two of you? Anything more if I can answer for you?
I'll look to Aisha Day.
Sal, ask your question!
Why do I have to go first?
That is not on Ishide's mind at all. It's not her problem.
Guys, just roll a d20 and the higher number goes first.
Okay,
Okay.
Mr. DM.
Yep. I'll reveal them. Or unless you just make them
you can
reveal
reveal it
chat.
yourself, Sal.
Yeah.
Wait, why isn't it not going into the chat?
Do it
there
from
we
the
go.
chat.
Oh crap.
No.
No, that's what I'm
Terrible.
saying. Is that it wasn't going into the chat.
Oh,
There's
there's that one. Yeah.
Ugh. Fine. Juniper gives a little bit of a huff, and she's like, so if you were aware of our presence when we entered world, how would we be able to find other presences that enter world?
Kind of furrows his brows for a second. Well, other presences on more like yourself kind of came about.
Perhaps.
Yeah, quite. I kind of purses his lips together for a second. Kind of, I don't know, not quite. Ain't really tracking none much more. Definitely, nothing to my knowledge. But I guess we can always figure something out. Best place to make something to figure an objective complete.
We entered this world following a criminal. One that was in league with your Bakira.
Oh, well. And he kind of puts a palm up and just, let's be honest, we're Bahira's their own person. Definitely nothing to mine. I would hate to be possessive or misogynistic would be, I believe, the particular word. She's I
think it's
capable, oh, sorry, yes, masochistic. Capable woman, though. Very,
But with what she's been doing, it's not the best. So, are you aware of her recent activities with the cultists?
Well, no, I'd kind of shakes his head for a second. No, quite again, I kind of focus more to myself and haven't paid much to the other side and materials and any other surrounding worlds, and just kind of focus up here. But no, I'd assume she's doing well with her and her other yeah, you said cultist, I guess, is also just a matter of perception, perspective for everything.
Does Bahira have access to this area of yours?
You see his kind of eyebrows kind of
everywhere.
Yeah. Kind of raises his eyes for a second. You to the Evis, to the in between, or to
where we are now, the general like area with all the bodies.
Kind of puts his hands for a second together, kind of rubs his thumbs. Well, I guess she had a need or want to. Wouldn't put her outside her capabilities. Once upon a time, she had been up here, but definitely not something that he she would ever come back to. Seems to made her peace to the place, and
well, she was in league with this criminal that we are chasing, and we need to make sure that she doesn't help him come back to life, the material plane, whatever it may be.
He kind of places a hand towards his beard and kind of starts to pull on this kind of a small corner and section of it, and just, well, I guess if this criminal had any connection here, that'd make it a little easier to kind of scrounge up any kind of detector and any kind of mechanism thereof to track him down. It kind of looks towards Juniper for that, and just yeah, no, we can make that happen. And for isolating down towards, if you would, the smell or flavor thereof Bahira, we could find something of it.
Smell?
Say no smell, or
the smell of Bahira?
Yeah, more of just have to make something of a hound dog, if you would. You know what a hound dog is?
Well, surely we also would know the general whatever of Cinnabar as well, right?
You asking that?
No, I'm asking High Table.
Okay.
I mean,
I've never smelled Cinnabar. I'm asking the other two.
Oh, I would know what he smells like.
I was like, I feel like we would be pretty familiar with Cinnabar.
Yeah,
I don't know about
so
smell.
Is it that Santa Claus has to know the smell of them, or can we know the smell of them?
He's got to make something that can track that smell.
So we would have to procure that smell for the tracker to be able
and
to
he has
track it.
Bahira's house, so
Does
we can
it-
get Bahira.
Need to be a smell, or can I show
Not
a
a-
vision of him?
Not a direct smell, but it has to be something of a attachment to that would have their mana, their essence, their vibe, their smell.
Would we be okay? Ishide would ask him, would we be able to find something like that in her house where she used to live?
Right, Lynn's about what I was thinking. We could find something that would match around and first again scrounge up something that would do much of that detecting and tracking thereof. But yeah, no, we could figure that out for sure. That'll be an easy task. Gives a nod to it. And you said before he was a criminal. What would much be his crimes? Not to
to Juniper and Mal.
Yeah, not to downplay his actions or anything, but to make sure that we justly handle situations as such as they come to. Kind of scoffs for a second. There's always been a unfortunately loose application of the justice in this in-betweens thereof.
Enslaving and murdering children.
Yes.
It kind of starts to pat that beard for a second. Yeah, them treatment to new life is always something that's not handled best by everybody. Kind of pats himself down a little more.
I'm gonna squint at him.
It's an interesting phrase.
I'd like to roll insight if he is on the same page as us, or if he is the one that has that murky, morally gray perspective on controlling and owning.
Yep, run that insight.
I would also enjoy joining in that, if I may.
You can both kind of tell for a second that he's kind of pondering and remembering something more than anything. He seems to have a history of he's thinking of somebody who was very morally gray with.
And could that be?
I wonder.
I don't know. It could be a surprise. I don't know. But
I need more questions. I should have more questions. I just can't think of any questions.
I thought we were doing Sal's thing.
I know. I'm trying to think of more.
I think she's done.
No, she incited, didn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, that was done. Okay.
They incited together. Ishide?
I mean, I can ask stuff, but it always feels so off topic when I just switch up randomly.
I mean, we're already talking about Bahira.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not on Bahira's topic. I could probably think of something about Bahira.
Want me to segue it?
Do you happen to know what Bahira is doing in the material plane? As she does seem to have a goal of some kind working with these people.
Kind of sits back in his chair and puts his hands back on his kind of stomach for a second. Just, it's nothing concrete, if we would. It's something I've been trying not to again pry and find it better to focus on yourself. But and kind of points a thumb at the wall past Mal. And part of that studying I've been doing, if that larger device for everything, I took a peer or two towards what I'm hoping she's not all too involved into, but there seems to be a good bit of malcontempt, I believe would be the word we'll use here, for handling of your section of your plane. But yeah, as far as our interactions and back and forth for everything, I again wouldn't keep too many tabs on everyone's workings.
Did you say handling of our plane?
Well, quite so. I kind of stops for a second. Are you unfamiliar with that bit of a mess crawling together in there?
It's more like I'm interested in the turn of phrase that you use, to see if there is someone managing our plane.
No. I would say more of influence in your plane, if you would. But
What is difference?
well, I guess you influence the dinner on your food, dinner plate into your body, but you don't manage the whole thing. I guess you take what's your own, but I guess if you throw something into the water, you go ahead and you make a change to the lake or a body of water that you throw it into, but you didn't not charge the whole lake. You just made an effect.
So then what are we? Fish?
I believe in that metaphor. You quite would be population there of that world. Yes, you'd be some kind of fish, or maybe even oyster, rock lobster. I don't know.
Perhaps
I want
something
to be
small like
shark.
crawfish.
I mean, just whatever you fancy to it.
Interesting. What if I perceived myself as no longer a fish?
Well, if you would had been living your entire life in a pond and moving yourself back and forth to go forward, quite imagining yourself out of pocket and flying across the blue sky might be a little out of hand until you're shown something different.
We
But,
literally imagined ourselves flying.
It's not
Not saying that, to be clear.
not the easiest, but not impossible, I guess. Just proper applications of yourself.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I'm sorry if it's a touchy subject, but would you mind describing the God of Life person who Bahira ran away with?
As I understand your I understand what you're asking for that. You're bringing up Laurel, I guess. It's makes a little more sense to it. Kind of sits back and it's a bit of a tale, but yeah. Would you like the full story? I'm assuming on that, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, it's points a thumb over shoulder again. It's out behind us is two other outcroppings, if you would. It's one you know is Bahira's, and one other section, if you would, belong to other fella. He kind of rolls his eyes at that one. It's Neo. He at the time something of a friend or a brother, but a little touchier we'll get to. He kind of takes a second for that. And well before, as we were old company that I used to keep would be Bahira and himself, and we'd kind of doing ourselves to learn and figure out how things kind of worked and what we were all, if you would, capable of. And it was more of a game, if you would, that Neo and I would have. As I would find myself quite pretty good at creating things and making stuff out of what you got. And he seemed quite capable of, well, doing about the opposite. He could take anything he had and get rid of it. He could definitely take what was there and move it somewhere else as needed. And our dearest Bahira at the time as well was quite fond of both of these things and had her own way of manipulating what was and what wasn't. And you can, a little of the in-between to it all, and he kind of starts to nod to Mal, and a little back and forth how it all happened, but we found ourselves all three in like making acquaintance to, I'd say best we accidentally ran into our what became named Lowell. She, it, however you want to address him. Much smaller at the time, but he was, I guess it best to say a new life. Not much of a human life, but about the same. You could say as a seed, as something to grow. And he was taken differently between all of us of how best to take care of. Bahira took up the torch and definitely took responsibility, I should say, of taking care of Laurel, and it was split between Neo and I of how to handle, because I had no problem thereof giving some space and letting it do its own thing, but Neo wasn't quite fond of it and wanted something of his own for it, but not quite my own words to put in his repertoire. For the story as well, can I get a history at all three of you?
Yay, history!
Unless someone can answer the question. Oh,
What's the question?
oh,
Yeah,
I want to see your
did not hear
history
a
check there.
question.
The question follows. Can anyone answer the question, is Neo familiar?
He's the guy in the church at the beginning, right? Not church.
Church?
Castle.
Castle?
Yeah.
His name was brought up.
What was the name of the cook guy from the castle?
No,
It's not the cook. It's the one who walked in trying to kill the king.
no, was not that guy either.
Was
But
it
he
the
said-
king?
Oh, was it
Was
the one?
not-
No, surely he wasn't like a butler.
There
No, no,
was
no.
there was
He
the
wasn't the
guy,
king.
the king's right hand man guy. Who was that? Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember
don't-
their names.
That was a singular session lore drop session
that was a
from
bit
like
while ago. There was
Yeah, then we didn't have a session for like a year.
yeah.
God damn it. There was a right-hand man guardsman, and there was a head
And then there was
court
a yeah.
mage, Sorovich.
I think it's the
Oh, that I remember that name. Now you
Sorovich?
say it.
I could have
Yeah,
sworn
that
it
was-
was the guy who walked in with all the darkness behind him.
He didn't have a
Uh,
name yet, did he?
You
No,
did
No,
not
his
get
name
a
was used, I
But-
thought.
His name was used. The guy who walked in said Neo. I'll give the high history checks because we did have a 20 break. Juniper, you kind of remember reading in the words and talks through of the city. Emperor Neo runs the capital.
So it was the king.
No, the
What?
capital,
No, 'cause that was the king
Navarre.
of our town. Emperor Neo is the whole capital.
Yeah.
Wait, I need
You
to see
had-
a
The
map.
royal family.
No?
I need
Neat.
to look a
What-
thing up. Hang on.
Oh my god. I don't understand. How do you find the map?
You hold on.
Player handouts?
Bah.
Oh. Okay, so we were in Scottsville.
Scottsville.
And that was
Navarre.
oh
Capital has the emperor. You had King Walter, King Cratch, sorry, was your
Of-
king of Scottsville. But there's
How
an
did the
emperor
king...
because of how that's set.
Oh,
He is the
that's so
king of that
confusing.
his district area, right?
Oh, okay.
Is it Neo or Nero?
Nero.
Nero.
Interesting.
Oh,
Nero.
Nero. But Neo. He's saying Neo.
oh, I'm confused now. Is it Neo or is it
Why
Nero?
did you name someone Nero and Neo?
There's two different characters.
No.
Oh my god.
I'm
They're,
to help you.
they're the same name?
So then, who is Nero?
It's the same person. He has two names.
I assumed
So
that
it's
was
Neo.
What's the point in
Nero.
taking out an R?
He has
I'm
really
s-
the character
Oh, I'll take
is
the R
bad
out
at
of my
being
name.
undercover.
No one will
No.
know who I am.
No.
I can't.
Yes, exactly. In public writings, he has been Nero with an R.
Oh, so it's like over time, the same way the same way like biblical names have become like simplified or changed over time. Okay.
Twisted, and then you go, but his name's Neo.
Okay, so his name is Neo.
Mm-hmm.
The Emperor's name is Neo. The Emperor is the other god?
Interesting.
Wait, Neo.
Maybe they just have the same name. I don't know.
Is Emperor different to the royal family?
No, the Emperor.
Then why can he use healing magic?
He can use some kind of magic.
Wait, the Emperor can use healing magic?
Only the royal family can use healing magic, which is why I got asked if I was a member of the royal family.
Yes, you did.
That's why Zach thinks I'm a member of the royal family.
So wait,
there was a ranger who thought Ishide was a part of the royal family.
In the world, no one, because there's not a lot of religion or anything. Notably, the main people who can use healing magic are the royal family.
Right.
So
kids from the country
Zach
don't really
thinks
know
I'm
that.
part of the royal family because he saw me use healing magic.
Wait, but that would put 3 gods on the same plane.
Wouldn't that be a fucking problem?
Well, they were.
That makes a story go in circles.
High table. Ishide is royalty.
No. Where did you get that? I am not
thought
royalty
you were
in any
royalty.
sense of the word. No.
Caliban was royalty.
Caliban was royalty.
Is royalty.
He was a bastard child.
Oh.
Maybe I'm confusing, because I could have sworn at some point we established that you were
No,
royalty.
I am literally an orphan, and that's it.
But yes, no. The ranger Zach did turn to the both of them, leaving a 10, and was just like, I don't know why you don't want to talk about it, but if you need connections back to the royal family, let me know.
Yeah.
I was looking at Ishide for it.
Because he heard me cast healing magic.
I have to pee. I'll be right back.
That's okay. We're sussing out some stuff right now.
I can still hear you.
Uh-huh. Yeah, we get it.
So,
Go Pits girl.
go piss, girl. So, we have
Nero's
this.
kind of ugly if he looks like the Emperor Nero, whatever.
Is that part of that? There's like a weird normal strum that happens every so often in this music, and it's driving me insane. And
it is.
It's weird.
Yep.
Was that intentional?
Yes.
Or is that part of the music?
Can you recap the end part of the lore for me? I got up to it when they ran into Laurel, and then it got confusing.
They ran into Laurel. It was something new that is more of a seed. Doesn't really have a gender. What is
something new? He is?
Laurel, yeah. Laurel doesn't have a gender. Crue here addresses it as a he. Neo wanted to get rid of it. Bahira took responsibility for it. And Crue didn't have a problem with it.
Responsibility for what? I'm sorry?
Bahira took responsibility for Laurel. Because he's like kind of weird, so...
And Laurel's not a god.
Yes, he is.
Laurel's
He's God of Life.
God of Life.
Mm-hmm.
Or was addressed as such by Scotty.
This is what I have.
Okay, reading. Bahira, friend, partner, Nero, like brother, all work together to learn capabilities, which means they've all known each other for millennia. Game of Crue making and Nero destroying or moving things. Bahira manipulated what was and what wasn't. Accidentally ran into Laurel. Laurel is something new, no gender, like a seed. Nero wanted to get rid of it. Bahira responsibility for it. Crue didn't care. And Nero runs the capital.
I already started writing it as Nero. I'm not changing it.
That's fine.
I'm going to throw you off even more.
Sweet.
Ishide, your history was a little lower.
Okay.
If Juniper brings it up and says Neo, you have to correct her. The current emperor is Theo.
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 I'm sure there's a
I'm
reason
so
to
sick
fuck
of this.
you.
He needs to pick one name or I'm going to kill him.
So, if she tries to bring up Emperor Neo or Nero,
Where did she get Neo from then? Is that what the guy said in the temple?
he's been saying
Why do
Neo.
I keep calling it a religious thing? I said church last time.
No, in the church it was Nero. In
the castle.
In Juniper's writing, she has seen both Neo and Nero. So she's seen Neo and was like, "Wait, Emperor Neo?" Question mark. And needs to confirm that.
So Neo,
okay, so
Theo.
clarify that all for me again. What did we hear in the castle as orphans?
Nero.
Okay. Emperor Nero, to be clear. It wasn't
Yep.
just Nero being mentioned.
Yep, Emperor Nero.
Yeah. And then the other one is Neo, which you've seen in writing.
Neo, she's seen in writing. And Crue is saying this over and over. I love when I have to dump story at y'all.
No, it's-
why would you give someone 3 different names, which are basically the same name?
I
There was
love
no
it.
point changing his name.
I think it sounds chaotic.
Wait till you
It's so
figure out
chaotic.
why.
I'm happy that we're reaching a point where we can start sussing together some semblance of
I'd get
story,
it if it was
right?
Laurel, because then, like, Laurel is a weird thing. He changes shape all the time. I would get that
No,
he has
you're
loads of
right.
different
Fine.
names.
I'll give you your high table answer on it.
Don't give high
Never
tables.
mind.
I was going to put it in notes, and if we don't canonically know it, I don't want to know it.
All right, fine. No high table answer. Figure it out on your own.
We'll figure it out eventually. Okay. 4 gods. 3 are on the material plane. 1 is here. This one has been disassociating for who knows how long.
So,
Bro got broken up with, and just went, not my problem anymore, I'm dipping out.
Right.
bro, you didn't get broken up with. You literally just are a widow.
What?
So, what?
I'm not talking about Gale, so...
No, I know. I'm talking about Caliban, the real one.
That's not what
Pile
I'm
of
talking
poop.
about either. I get that I've been broken up with multiple times, so...
Wow. Way to bring it up
Wait.
again.
Who did you get broken up with this time?
No, I didn't.
Crue.
Crue.
you- Oh, Crue.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Sal.
I-
You got any... Will you pass the salt, Juniper?
It's enough of it in his wounds.
So Bahira was with Crue. They had a falling out. Bahira went back to the material plane with
Oh yeah,
Lionel?
were they together or
Laurel.
were they not?
Laurel.
With
Mr.
Laurel.
DM.
We haven't finished the story yet.
No, but what did he say at the beginning about Bahira? Because I missed it. Did he just say they will live together?
They were all partners,
like the 3 of them.
associates, friends. Yeah, all about.
Okay.
The 3 amigos.
No one slept with anyone yet. Got it.
Maybe.
Okay, yeah, so
I don't think that's
when
very
you
clear
said
yet.
when you said that Bahira wanted to take responsibility for Laurel, from the lore, it sounded like Crue and Bahira were in a relationship, and then
And
then Bahira left. Oh, from what Scotty told us.
I think we might have to discard most of what Scotty told us for now. And maybe make sense of it later.
Maybe.
Because I don't know how real the world is to Scotty.
All right.
Yeah, that's true.
So Alex has the cupboards in walls. World isn't real for him.
What is the last thing that Crue said to me again, just to get back into the conversation?
Yeah, no, to finish with it, I was just getting a history check across everyone
Before
to see
question.
if they recognize Neo as the name that he said a couple times. He was still in the middle of his spiel. I just thought I should ping that question.
No, that's good. We're working
Oh.
it out. We're doing good,
Well-
right?
I like that because I would say something, but what exactly did he say again?
He still just talked about how Bahira took responsibility of Laurel. Neo was against it being around, and
Okay. And
yeah, Crue had no problems with it.
And my connection, my understanding of that name is that I've seen the name Neo referring to the Emperor in readings, but I also remember the weird guy crashing into the castle and addressing the Emperor as Nero.
You've seen both. So with your work you've done, getting information for everyone.
To me.
You have seen both Neo and Nero, but anytime you look in history books, it's all been Nero. And so when you've now seen Neo again, it's kind of, you're hearing it again, it piques your interest as you've now remembered this, and you go, wait, I've heard that, but it's never been something that's flushed out and explained.
So did she realize they're the same person or no?
Yeah, I'm confused again. I thought I had it.
Yeah, I thought the check was that she knows they're the same person.
I would say, as far as what she's seen before, Juniper would be confused and curious if Neo and Nero was the same person.
Okay.
Okay, so then it's canon that I just don't understand.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well then my high roll meant nothing.
Your high roll was the reminder of the fact that is things that you don't know.
Okay.
Known unknowns.
You'll still ask about it. You'll just ask about Nero and Neo.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing is that currently, in the current timeline on the material plane that we left, I don't have a clear understanding of whether or not the current Emperor is Neo or Nero, based off of the readings, and based off of what that scary man said in the castle.
Current Emperor...
castle. Oh, that one.
Yeah, the one that's not a church.
Yeah. Current Emperor... The one that would last be crowned, again, to your knowledge, you've only seen things for Nero.
Does everyone know his name is Theo, or does just I know his name is Theo?
You would know the most recent is Theo. The other two living in Bisbee, which was the most disconnected from the kingdom and had no imperial rule.
I lived in a cabin in the woods. I'm not complaining, but like...
You've read a lot of books and stayed up to date on things and talked to Caliban, who lived in the capital.
Oh, true.
So I think that the current Emperor is Neo?
Nero.
Okay, I think the current Emperor is Nero, which is what the readings say, and which is what the scary man addressed him as. And
scary man addressed him as Nero.
Yes.
Some writings said Nero.
Some writings say Nero, and some writings say Neo. But I have more concrete evidence and experiences of the current Emperor being Nero, and some gatherings of random readings addressing an
readings
Emperor.
And rumors,
Readings and rumors of addressing an Emperor as Neo.
Yep.
But even then, I did not deduce that Neo Emperor and Nero Emperor were the same Emperor. So for all I know, it could have...
Yeah, every time you tried looking into it more of it to see if there was any other bits for Neo, it'd be like, when I say like rumors and scraps of papers, I'm talking like an old coronation flyer that just could have been a misprint saying Neo instead of Nero. Like scraps of things that other people collected together or wrote a diary about and said Neo instead of Nero, right?
And so
it happened enough that it was curious.
Okay, so my history roll is to explain that I already have a suspicion, but I don't have concrete proof. Okay, I'm on the same page.
You got that, guys.
Oh my god.
Go, Sal, go.
Oh no, I'm not gonna fucking say anything at this point. I just need to fucking be on the same page.
That's fine. I'm glad we're here.
Ow.
Okay, Mr. D.
Everybody take a drink for a second. Drink some water.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I only got liquors.
Sure.
Yep, there we go. Alright. Hi, pups. I know. Give me a bit. All right, so continuing his story.
Jesus Christ.
Right then, it was a little conflicting of a moment when Bahira chose to take responsibility, but she took it and kind of grew and nurtured as kind of a bit more of her specialities than both of ours, and on a vote, one to keep, one to go against, and then Bahira, of course, voted to keep it, so it stayed around for a little bit. Again, general amount of time wouldn't be much of my forte, but after a bit of unfortunate situation that ended up happening, I guess matter of perspective on that one. I don't know the complete workings of how. I'll be honest with it. It seemed Neo had almost convinced Bahira in some fashion or another. Her Laurel, we'll address it as was. Laurel had grown a little cumbersome, if you would. Definitely needed a little more play space.
Was that after the unfortunate situation, or was that because of the unfortunate situation?
No, sorry. The unfortunate situation being Neo had convinced Bahira to displace Laurel outside of here due to size constraints.
Displace?
I'm assuming you both said those in character. So yes.
Yeah, sorry.
His quite to his area's specialties, he could both remove or displace things. He could get rid of things. It was the best way he always described it.
Did he choose where it was displaced?
Now, his success rate of doing such has always been a bit more of a mystery to me. He'd claim perfection at all times, but I had my suspicions. Wasn't quite the best at them. But he's claimed again, doing such thereof, doing well for it, and he the unfortunate situation, as he kind of gestures over to each day, was quite thereof. Bahira's obsession, or I should say, instinct to protect such Laurel was the unfortunate situation that it came to be. She was quite sure that she was not gonna let Neo just get rid of it, and was very stubbornly sure that she was gonna go with it. It's kind of takes a second to scratch and kind of play with the back of his head, and this here led to as you'd have it now. So the again, the timetables elude me, but as you'd have it, Neo offered to get rid of Laurel, and Bahira said to go with it, and much talking down as both Neo and I tried to state the futility of the whole thing. And just it was something that came, it's something that should go. Was my.
What does that mean?
It just seemed fruitless. It's something that she just grew attached to on her own. We could always make her something new and replace it, but she was stubborn about it, that she had to go with it. If it had to leave, that she was leaving with it. And unfortunately, while it was at the time still much up for discussion and was still something that was not supposed to be set to happen, more so behind my back, if you would, the Neo went ahead and did such. He went and got rid of Bahira and Laurel. Kicked them out, or separated them from here, if you would.
Together?
And yeah, quite the both of them. Sent them to what y'all now would which you both now know is the material plane. Part to
Where
it
is
all,
Neil
it was
now?
we'll not jump ahead in the story for it, but here in Laurel, we left to what Neo had described as just a nicer, free-spaced area. At the time, we both, when I went and looked into it, she was nothing more than a spinning rock. But it seemed through Laurel and Bahira's work, it became the material plane you both know it as. It's its own expanding world, and there ain't much around it, but it's a sizable rock. It's just much thereof. It was their own little home. They made it to it. And I'd send them things every now and again. Neo would help me out with it, and I'd help create here and theirs. And we had a couple different ways to communicate. We could see them, and I could send them stuff. She and Laurel would draw out pretty pictures and plants and reshape the whole rock itself if they need to write something down. It's quite the sight you'd see someone trying to write a letter down in the old mountains and prairies. It's a sight to see for sure. Yeah, no, it was kind of interested in long distance communication, but after a while, Neo himself actually got good enough at moving himself. It was a bit of a dangerous move, but after Bahir itself moved just fine with Laurel, Neo found the ability to be able to slip and slide himself back and forth as he needs to do, and he would went to go visit Bahir and Laurel and some other in betweens. He started traveling a lot, really.
Question for you, Mr. All of a sudden his name is gone from my brain.
Crue.
Crue?
Yes, Mr. Crue. You said that he was able to learn a new ability more than what you had known before. So he was able to destroy things, and then also he is able to change things now.
It's Neo's always been kind of a surprising aspect. He's Mal, give me a perception.
Ugh.
Alright. His ability to influence and manipulate things always been, I guess, the core to his own aspect. His ability to destroy is a strong phrase, because really, if I were to say him destroying things was merely to get rid of, I guess the best way to say it. So I guess the best way to say is he when he moving things, he's just getting rid of it here, moving it somewhere else, making it somewhere else. I don't know how he got it down to it, and definitely was complete opposite of mine. But I guess if you ask me where I get the things that I need to make the things around me, I couldn't quite explain it. So most of the time, if I ended up asking him where he was putting the things he got rid of, he couldn't explain it much for the first half of everything, and till he started getting a little better at that. And that's what was the original idea thereof, to getting rid of Laurel and Bahira, is getting them out of here, and just took a good bit of luck, if you ask me, but good bit of looking after he ended up getting rid of them, and we found them out there on that rock. It was was not really the intended at first destination. It's just started to find the things that he was getting rid of, and I bet if we looked hard enough, things I'm pulling out of all came from somewhere.
So there is other places outside of this place in the material plane.
Well, quite so. This is an in-between, and not necessarily just an under half or anything. Plenty other worlds and other situations are about.
Do they have their own versions of, like, you?
Well, not quite that I've been finding myself. Can't say I've been the most thorough checking about, but I ain't never run nothing as good looking as myself except for from a mirror.
That's funny. No further questions from me. We'll just look at the other two.
I was waiting for him to finish the story.
Sorry.
What? That wasn't an attack. That was mean. Like, I don't have questions.
No, you're good. Yeah. I got it.
Kind of gives a little half. Well, once Neo ended up learning his slip and slide techniques, he
Slip and slide.
started trying to keep it unbiased if I can, or reaccounting here. He seemed to really start changing up a little bit. He if you're asking about the worlds in between and other than, he'd be the one most knowledgeable on everything. He spent time really exploring the dark, if you would, and going out, figuring out what was and what wasn't. Come back, learning some more, talking about some more, and although three of us, I would say he the least about sharing. He was talk about what he knew and keep to himself about what he didn't. And once he understood it, and you'd ask enough questions, probably enough information, he'd tell you. But he's always kind of nice words, quieter about what he ended up doing.
Okay. So where is he now?
Well, I don't quite know.
Do you have any reason to suspect that he might still be after Laurel?
He kind of pats on his beard for a second. Well, he really more uncertain about Laurel more than anything. He really was just didn't really quite like it much. I guess if anything, no, I wouldn't really say he had any reason to kind of mess with. He never really sat right with him whenever, well, when Bahira really left, but even more so when we found her again, he was surprised the most. Something he gotten rid of still around, really. I guess in his eyes, that was his first, almost first time that we found something that he didn't do right, I guess. But right was still just how you take it. It was still his him learning new. It was learning that he wasn't getting rid of. He was just moving things. But no,
interesting.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he had any ill barons toward Laurel. Past just didn't like it around here.
Where? Oh, I already asked that. I'm gonna. I don't want to talk to this guy anymore. She's not gonna say anything.
That was sudden.
Sorry.
That's fair.
The questions and the information that I have, he does not seem to have the answers that I'm looking for, and I would rather discuss it with the party.
That's valid.
Usually I would ask, what do you think Bahira is doing now?
But I reckon she's still just doing her best to take up as much space with Laurel. I hadn't checked on her in a good half second, but we still talk every now and again. I'd take a scry on her, but that's quite what I was still hadn't heard from her much, but part of why I kind of looked over toward Juniper, which what I was talking about before with the other end of that their looking device was I'm hoping she's not a part of is that larger mass of man, I don't quite really say I can really say what it really is. Ain't right, ain't good, but hoping she's not a part of it.
Can I roll a history check to see if I remember if Ishide ever actually explained what the dragons showed her to me was?
Did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, Ishide did.
Okay, what was it called?
Us.
What did the dragons call it?
They just called it evil.
Oh, yeah,
Like darkness.
It was a darkness. It was an evil.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. They also hadn't had a title or a name for it.
Okay.
They were just worried about it.
I'm gonna ask Mr. Mr. Crue and be like, well, how would you know if she has a part to play in that?
Scottish?
Fun.
Yeah, I'm not even anything that doesn't come out as my regular voice is Juniper at this point. She's
That's
having an identity crisis.
That's fair. We all do from time to time.
Now that there is, would be the best, if I could ask her directly, but, I could send her things all day, but I hadn't been able to get much of a response out of her. It was, old Neo's job to do all that after a bit, but,
You don't think that Neo is a cause of this darkness?
well, kind of his brows kind of furrow for a second, and he kind of looks over at you for it, and he's kind of, no, I hadn't quite really assumed that much. He's not really one to. He kind of stops for a second. He kind of puts his hands on the table and kind of drums them down for a second. He's just, nah, he's not really one to really dabble along with that. He wouldn't be one to really make a mess of things. If anything, he'd be better at cleaning things up. I was always the one to leave things thrown about. And he's
Maybe dark creation of mass is way to clean things up once and for all.
yeah, kind of stops for a second. He's just, I don't want to be rude for this, darling. He kind of sits in his chair a little forward, a little more, and kind of fully places his hands on the table. In the nicest way I can ask, what do you know of him?
She would shrug and be like, why would that be rude?
Just want to know if you had any prior affiliations or run-ins, I guess.
Orphanage.
No.
She looks to Ishide with an eyebrow
No,
raised.
Ishide doesn't remember.
What do you mean she doesn't remember?
I failed my history check.
That was
Whatever it was for, I didn't remember it. You told me.
no, yeah, that's fair.
What?
The last
talking
history
about-
check you take was for Neo. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
I remember
was
that.
We discussed the orphanage, and I thought someone knew about it or remembered.
Oh, no. I would raise an eyebrow at the Santa Claus and be like, do I look like I've encountered him?
Yes, actually.
That would take her by surprise, and she would not have anything to say.
What is that supposed to mean exactly?
Well, kind of looks already staying. I hate to be brash about it, and kind of open palm gestures to Juniper. Look at her, she's practically fucking glowing.
Looks at Ishide. Looks. No, wait, I'm Ishide. Looks at Juniper. Looks back at him. And is like, I don't know exactly what you mean.
Rightly. And he kind of reaches under the table for a second, and he pulls out that same spyglass from before. And,
what the hell? Mal had that.
Yep. Presents it across the table. And take a gander.
Do I need a spyglass? She's right next to me.
It's more of an assistant, if you would. And he kind of takes it for a second. He kind of crunches. He kind of rolls it down for a second and makes it much flatter. And it's now more of like the size of a football.
Okay, I'll take it.
Yep. And as you kind of go to point it over towards Juniper here, you see the same thing Mal had seen earlier with it, with her entire body just a kind of black fire kind of with the whiter eyes.
I see. So what exactly does this mean?
Now, I understand that y'all seem to be consequentially out here, but if I may, Neo had one aspect for all of his talents and specialities. When he got rid of things, he covered things in that same, if you would, well, about the same kind of aspect you got here going there, Caliban. He did the same thing.
That confused me for a second.
I was waiting for that to come up again.
Burn everything out, and when he displaced and moved it, it was in the same kind of aspect. He would light it in the same aspect as yourself.
I want to summon fire, and as a question to him of, is this what you mean?
Quite so. If he needed to get rid of something, he would, in his aspect, he is his own form or function. He'd burn it away almost, but not a hot and fiery flame, is more so just a way of taking it away or tearing it apart, breaking it down.
So why exactly is Juniper having that?
Well, I can't rightly answer that. I'm trying to ask it of herself, but it seems she's more unaware of it. He kind of drums his fingers back on the table, and I'd hate to be kind of rude about my old associate, but especially with your own affiliations to him, I thought you'd known him more directly and you'd be able to. But you seem more unknowing of your own situations and associations.
I would look to Blaine. I would look to Mal, and kind of be like, sorry, I
just looks at him and yawns. That's rude.
I would look over
this
to
guy
him
won't shut up.
and be like, no, I was born this way. And I'm trying to remember, and I'm trying to think, because as far as I know, Blaine, I keep calling you Blaine.
I mean,
as far as I know,
name.
Mal hasn't really displayed too much of a
We saw his white magic in the egg.
Of magic, but like based on his class, he would have always innately had some sort of magic. So what I'm trying to think about is what type of magical characteristics or activities our brother would have had, if he had any. Because we're all family.
Hmm.
Well, he was dying anyway. None of the gods wanted him.
I know, but like we've had this since we were born. This was
Do you think it was something to do with the cult?
I don't know.
Well, we
I mean, it
were
could have been
level 0.
because the cult was literally Laurel
Matter of
and
perspective, really, isn't it?
Oh, for God's sake, we dreamed our powers into existence.
No, I was saying that it's a cult's a cult. It's a matter of perspective. Cult doesn't really call
I
himself
think
a
if you
cult
kill
most of the time.
children, you become a cult.
Are those children
Yeah.
really dead, or are they returning to the earth?
They're dead. That's what. They're dead.
that
You don't know, you were
concerns
dead.
me because it reminds me of Crue being like, "What do you consider a human being?"
Well, yeah, they're gods. They don't care about human life.
I know. Okay. Well, anyways. Yeah, I would look over to Mal, and I would say that I've had these powers since I could remember, since forever. I
It
was
is
born
true.
with it. It was Maybelline.
They've always been there.
I'm not one to kind of point fingers, but I'd probably take a little wariness, if you would, to expanding upon or pulling from. I'm not quite sure. Just as a note, I can't say for certain, but resemblance is there for sure to an old associate.
Mm-hmm.
And what exactly does that mean? Did Nero do it consciously to give her that? Or what?
If we could
Kinda.
try tracking Cinnabar based off of some sort of smell, could you track Nero with this type of...
Quietly, I could tell you if he was anywhere around here, but he wouldn't. I'd quite hope an old associate would at least let me know if he's stopping by back home, but yeah, ain't been here in a long time either.
What about what I asked?
Sorry for.
Oh, did he consciously give it to her?
Yeah, open palm up into the kind of to the air for more of a shrug, and can't quite speak for him of if he had done anything. Kind of eyes kind of furrow, and not in an angry, more of kind of a worried kind of look. And I don't know if he'd intervened or interacted any maliciously or any kind of malintent, but
Mal.
No.
yeah. But he it could have been an accident, could have been intentional. I wouldn't know. Sorry, I've been getting quiet to myself up here for a good bit of time.
Would I have noticed the matching of them two? Wait, they are matching, right? With the white.
No.
Well,
No. They're
yeah,
all
One has
polar
silhouette,
opposite.
one has pure. Wait, what?
Mal would be complete white. Juniper is
Yeah.
complete dark.
No, I mean
with some white eyes.
No.
Oh, Crue? Yes, it is. Well, Crue is more of like a chalk white outline.
But would
Mal
I
is a
think
bright
they're
white.
similar in some sets or no?
They are both directly white, yes. It is also
would-
short enough now that if you were to put your own hand in front of the end of it, you could see that you're that. You know,
I'm not concerned
agree.
about that yet.
Okay.
I'm questioning the other thing first.
Yes. No,
she would
those
gotta start
kind of-
somewhere.
Is there a reason you and Mel have similar? Whatever this is?
Well, as for reason and cause, I wouldn't quite really know, but I do believe I can at least, that's why I could give him some general directions or assistance for his own.
We have same color. Yeah? That's
Well, we
Right,
should
so-
work out together.
So then...
Wait, he said he doesn't know how it happened, sorry?
doesn't quite know why, no.
Oh. Okay, so then my theory of us being the chosen champions is not real.
Yeah, like now we're not even chosen by the gods, so what's the point?
Yeah, so then why would Crue think
I
that
lived in that
I'm
cabin for
associated with
weeks.
Neo if he doesn't even know why Mal looks like him?
Yeah, that's what I was hoping to ask him, and he'd be like, "Oh yeah, I chose Mal when he was a kid," and then we could be like, "Okay, so he probably chose him," but no, he's clueless.
Great.
Andy, what can I call that? All I can think of is like an aura. The aura sounds dumb.
Mana. It's monocolor.
Monocolor.
Mana.
Tap 2 blue.
Oh! Okay. Magic the Gathering reference. I call it water. I get made fun of because I call it water because I started on Pokemon.
That's funny.
I have no idea what to ask anymore.
With it, Crue kind of lean back, give a nice little stretch to everything, and just, kind of sit back up. There's plenty of good talking that happened about. It's I wouldn't really call it the latest, but if nothing else, I'll give you all some time to unwind and decompress, if you would. Think about what you got, and kind of turns over to Mal. And if you want to spend some free time working with what you got, we can provide some pointers. And he looked over to Ishide, and you gave us some interest in that there study. You can definitely spend some more time and bring your friend here, Caliban, or and kind of looks at Caliban. Just try to keep your hands out of pockets, maybe.
We will do our best to make sure there is no missing things. Yes. Working with you on pair sounds like a good current plan. Absolutely.
Alright.
Yeah. That's all I got.
The other two?
Ishide would agree, but she would also question, I still want to go to Bahira's, so... But like, I don't... High table, I don't know if I should ask that or not, because I don't know how close we are to ending.
Juniper, under her breath, was like, Bahira.
We are getting closer to ending. I'm gonna need to take these pups out here soon.
Okay.
Are you asking that then in under high table? Or?
I wanted to ask it, but I was double checking high table.
Yeah, I'm telling you we are ending here soon, so you can ask.
But I'll go to the library, and then when they're done with their thing, we'll go to Bahira's.
Okay, fair enough.
That is good plan. I like this plan. Does that sound like good plan to you, Mr. Crue?
It works quite well. It give me enough time to I
would like to sleight of hand and hide my plate.
What?
You're
trying to steal a plate?
I want to take it with me wherever we end up going.
Because why not?
Right? Yeah, sure.
I want to steal an imp statue. Can you help me with that?
Yeah, Crue kind of takes a second and kind of taps his chin, playing with his beard. And my only problem with the whole everything is I'd rather not send you in towards Bahira's all alone like, but I also need some time to work on putting together some kind of detecting sniffer, if you would.
A sniffer. And what is sniffer for?
To
what? Cinnabon!
Follow.
All right.
Follow them traces of Bahira, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's very smart. We are happily able to go and visit Bahira's on our own. No escort necessary. Though we do appreciate the offer.
Right. I think, if anything, I got an old couple toys or so that'll be able to come along with you just in case. But it'll give me enough time to start working with what I need. But for now, well, we'll put that off for now. And Mal, if you'd like to come step outside, we'll go ahead and start doing a bit of working about.
Oh, yes, absolutely. This is great plan. We will do that.
And so I'll go ahead and just grab Bap.
Oh.
Bap. Alright, cool.
Yikes.
They'll end up pretty much walking out the door towards walking out towards the granary, and then back down through the study as well. If y'all follow them through, they'll go end up out through the front doors, through the Sea of Stars. And if y'all stop and hang out in the study, y'all can do whatever you need. Y'all do anything
I will hang
specific?
out. I want to look at every single book and pick up everyone that interests me. And then I will trade them out through the breeding statue.
Do that.
And I will keep them in a pile after, and I do intend to keep them.
Do that.
Where does this door lead? Sorry.
Those go.
No.
Those were in and out of the general kitchen area, where food at least came from.
Oh, I can't.
Also, what's in this chest?
Bunch of like small bags that kind of squish underneath your hands, like size of like a soccer ball. And as you kind of like pull and ply on them, they start expanding out to about the size of a beanbag chair.
Can I roll some sort of check to see how unsmart and dangerous it would be for me to go down this adventure hole?
Adventure
in it.
hole.
Did you say drop something in it?
Yeah.
My plate.
You go to
But
drop
you love that plate.
Yeah, I
You go to
actually did
drop-
want to eat it, but now I'm more curious.
Oh, you go to drop this plate in this adventure hole, like, you know, trying to see how dangerous it'd be.
As one does.
And the moment it kind of like, it goes not even 2 feet down, you kind of see it kind of slope down for a second, kind of almost fall into something, and then bounce back out and kind of roll and slide down. And kind of lays on its bottom end directly below you.
Ooh,
That's a
there is a
sturdy plate.
creature down there.
What? No. That's not... Maybe. That's not what I got from that.
Maybe.
Oh, I interpreted it as something is rolling down there.
I
And
took
so
it
the
as there was
plate
a
hit something.
slope. It hit the thing at the bottom
No.
of the slope, and that pushed it back out.
No, yeah. I'd say something. Give me a perception.
Please roll a 1 and think there's a dragon down there.
Mhm.
Can I get advantage if I perceive that I can see with advantage?
Give me the perception first.
Fucking low.
Don't be scared of what Ford says. Okay. So, you were kind of looking at it as a better description. It seems like the plate hit something soft and squishy at first, and then rebounded out. And is now kind of sitting there on its flat bottom side, just kind of in the center of a net, almost, at the bottom end of something.
A net?
Almost. That kind of convex surface.
Okay. I can shenanigan this. Where are we at with ending session?
Not all too quickly. I'm gonna have the conversation with Mal of him doing a couple rolls, and he stays doing her own thing. But so
Okay, I can go last then.
okay. Mal.
Aye. We're doing a thing.
For the visualization of it. Bop.
Oh.
Stop Ford from running off.
I
yeah,
wasn't even considering it.
here, we'll say just like that. Out here in the middle of this nice little I can only visually give you the picture of Cell's Arena.
Okay. I can work with that.
Nice open arena. Crue has you sit out here for a second, and he hands you a maul that looks just like your maul.
This looks just like mine.
Thanks. And he He tells you to focus on creating a light, creating a small light bulb or a star or whatever you want to picture it as in the center of your mall. Give me a roll.
What is the roll you were looking for?
Give me a wisdom check. Sorry.
I assumed, but you know.
Okay.
I will do so, imagining a star in the center of my mall.
It's not going so well, so he'll try and change it up and be like, okay, what if it was in the middle of your hands and you're gonna make the light in your hands, but push it up towards the mall? Roll that.
I imagine light being formed from my center, being pushed through my arms as extensions of myself and into the mall.
Oh, okay. See, it's not even what he told you to do, but I like it. That's a lot easier to do. You start doing this, and it's coming more from your center down to your hands, and you kind of sit here focusing for a second, and you do end up. You got this kind of core, this light around you that starts to kind of focus, and it's around your entire body. Your eyes are kind of closed as you're focusing for it, but it's this whole thing. And as you're sitting there for a second, and, you know, nothing really happens. You kind of open your eyes, and you almost see it for a second that your hairs were almost standing on end for it, and then you open your eyes and they kind of went away, and he's kind of stroking his beard, and he goes, "All right, then. So it's possible. It's a little more steps than expected, but how about this? Get yourself in a swing and strike. Try again."
Okay.
So
I will prepare to swing my maul.
You go over your shoulder, got there, hands ready. Give me another roll, wisdom check. Getting there. No, you sitting there. You kind of hear that just like that approving hum that you kind of heard before, a minute before. All right, yeah, all right. Now, don't open your eyes. Focus on what you're doing and hold it for a second.
Yes.
All right, do it again.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow, this is great.
And as much as you know, he said, you know, try to give directions. You were distracted by him talking. Huh? Well,
I'm gonna
all right,
now.
hold on.
Again.
What I want you to focus on. How about this? Go ahead and focus on this swing. Don't open your eyes. Don't lose focus until I say something. And all I'm gonna say is swing. Don't worry about what you hit. Don't worry about what you're doing. When I say anything, it's gonna be swing, and that's when you're swinging. All right? Just focus on gathering that light. Go ahead.
All right. Here we go.
So you
one at a time.
Close your eyes. You're sitting there for it, right? I want you to roll. Make sure.
Roll again.
Roll me a d20, a regular d20. Where did I put this? Thank you, by the way. And then roll me an attack.
Roll an attack with the maul?
Yes, with the maul.
That's the good roll.
That is the good roll. Did I put it here? Hey, I did. Look at that. All right, cool. So, you do hear for a second, swing. You open your eyes, you see a large gray pillar right in front of you. Just right inside the maul range. You swing, you go to hit it, and your maul, you see at the end of it has been this like a nice dull white glow to the whole thing. You swing, you hit it, and this was a good swing. You were happy with it, right? Mm-hmm. This is just your roll to attack and your damage roll as well.
Ooh.
Absolutely.
Which you should be able to just click it right there out of that chat.
Yes, sir.
There we go.
Not bad.
A solid roll. A really good roll. You expect a nice, like, seeing this looks like a nice marble pillar. You expect a good, like, couple of dust, a nice reverberation of a hit for this thing. you're not expecting to break it, and it shatters in pieces. Fucking shotgunning off to the entire end of it, your maul cleans straight through the thing, cutting it in half. And you just hear this nice little, there you go, solid hit, very good.
That is interesting. What is light at end of mall?
Now, if I'd, again, just kind of giving a generalized idea for applications of, you got much of a kind of just raw potential for it, and probably not the most fluidity to moving it. It takes a good bit of focus from you, obviously, but I think you can almost get to it with your eyes open, too. But any much distractions, and it'll seem like you'll kind of lose your concentration for it, but see if we can get you one more for it. And you'll see him kind of pull his hands together, and out from the ground in front of you is a nice wooden pillar that comes up, and it is that same kind of tannish color as the floorboards in that first room.
Fucking floorboards!
A nice wooden pillar comes up as he just kind of pulls his own hand vertically to kind of spot it out, and he goes, I'll tell you there, this will take a little more of a hit than before. Go ahead and give me another
Angry
wisdom
roll.
check. Wisdom check. Good enough. You make the application of. Are you closing your eyes or leaving them open?
I'd leave them open.
Mm-hmm.
I want to watch
Leave
it
them
get
open.
shattered.
Focusing on this pillar, you're just sitting here staring at it. At this point, though, Crue has not said anything, and you feel it's been the same amount of time, but you're still just kind of focusing on the pillar, focusing on your maul, and kind of getting a little impatient for it. Give me a Constitution check. Here we go.
Hey.
Right. You got your diligence. You know what it means to properly forge something, and really buckle down when you need it. And you're not swinging until he says so. You've got your own perseverance to it, and you're still waiting. Give me another one. This Crue has still not said anything.
We're just yeeting. We are going for it. Goddamn. Finally.
And you're waiting. You're still waiting. Are you swinging on your own, or are you gonna wait for Crue to say something?
Oh, I'm going.
You're going now at this point?
I'm going on my own.
All right. Roll 2 d20.
2 d20s?
2 d20s. Why'd you roll them separately, you weirdo? 2 d20. It would have been fine.
I mean, we rolled 2 d20s, right? Like,
yeah, you did. You did. Now roll your attack. And damage.
yo.
You go to give a nice solid swing. You want to cleave this in half just as much as last time, right? You go to swing, and it a solid hit. Full kind of impacts to it. You see this eruption of white light happen as you kind of see that maul come down through. You notice that before impact, that dull white had gotten a little brighter for everything as well, as it kind of fully impacted into the side of it, and the whole pillar itself just kind of crinkles to the side a little bit as it kind of bends inwards. And you hear this nice soft whistle from Crue, and just, woo, damn. All right, then. Got a little bit of spice in there. I like to see it.
Thank you. We are trying to break pillar, and it did not break.
I'd still say you made quite an impact for it. We'll get you a little more work for this, and I think you could have something a little hefty here. Maybe not the most practical application, but something to get you started with it.
Yeah.
And we'll go ahead and time skip the rest of your training as you get to play with that a little more.
Yay! Training!
I'll give you a funny feature to put onto your thing for you to read for later.
Okay.
You have to do me a funny thing of giving me a name for it, or I'll name it myself.
What, the ability to make my maul glow when I hit things?
Yep, but we'll get to that. After this. Don't give me a name right now. I'm gonna be upset.
Got it. I'll come up with something.
Each day, you do anything specific in there other than going through a bunch of books?
No, like just reading every book, picking up the ones that interest me, and cycling them through the imp machine.
Imp readers? Got it.
Imp
All
readers.
right.
I want one of them still.
All right then, Juniper.
I want to cast Mage Hand down there, but I want to cast it
Down
as
there?
There you go.
as a
Sorry.
perception of like my own hand.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense, because you said earlier at the dinner table that when I cast my Mage Hand, I could feel the tentacle slapping away my Mage Hand.
Yes, you felt some force wrapping on the back of your mage hand.
Yeah.
Go ahead and run me a perception check.
For my Mage Hand?
Yes, for your mage hand. Or how well you're perceiving.
Oh, okay.
There you go, yeah. Would Juniper have ever kneaded dough before? Made bread? Because that's the sensation I'm gonna give you as a kind of like what it's gonna feel like. If she references that,
would have
Doughy.
pawed at the dough being made in the orphanage. To
yeah.
be a gremlin.
Much the same kind of soft, doughy feeling. But it kind of sinks into it a little bit. Shit, not unlike grabbing a soft boob. Like, I don't know what kind of sensation you want
That-
here.
It's so specific.
Whichever sensation you want here, it's
How-
soft and pliable.
Well,
How-
Juniper's definitely done the latter.
How far does this surface go?
Left to, it fills all four corners. It definitely just seems to be piled up more towards the wall, towards the center. It kind of sinks in.
Okay.
And that's where your plate is.
If I could have an estimate of how large of an expanse this is it like
You're
the
talking
size
like-
of the table? Or is it like
right?
No, I'm talking about like is this like a gigantic blob or is this just kind of like a smaller
It
thing?
fills the entire bottom of this thing. Like you have not found an edge. It meets the walls of this entire.
so this is
yeah.
this is what the
This-
bottom of the hole feels
Yes.
like.
Yes, but it is about
Um,
6 feet down.
Okay, I'm gonna roll something.
I'd say the center, since it slopes down a little more, goes down to like 7. But
Oh, okay. I was rolling
Mhm.
to see if she ever
Mhm.
would have experimented with what is it? Cornstarch and water?
oh, boobs.
No! Oh my god.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I want to see if there's any way for her to like sink into this or sink past it, or if this is like a what do you call it?
as
Like a
It's-
if this is like
yeah, as you kind of
you know what I'm
poke it
talking
with
about?
the mage, as you kind of poke it with the finger itself of the mage hand, it doesn't seem to kind of penetrate through it and kind of just push it down. It doesn't seem to get stuck or anything as you kind of pull it out. It seems like a
Okay.
solid surface.
Okay. I would like what okay. I want to still the mage hand and see if this thing moves on its own.
Does not react without an internal force. External
Okay.
force. But
So, knowing this, do I have enough evidence to assume this thing is not alive?
yes.
How deep into the hole is this?
6 foot on the edges, 7 foot in center.
There you go.
I'm gonna look around quickly.
You seem alone in the room.
Based on my deduction of this contraption from earlier, would there be a way for me to raise up this pulley system from the bottom of the hole on my own?
What do you mean?
Like if I was
if you lowered the bucket, would it be able to return? No.
Can I?
The controls are up here.
Can I climb up the rope?
Yeah, there is the rope going down. Yes. If you were at the bottom, you would be able to crawl back up. There'd be a weight at the bottom and a rope running the length of it. Yes.
Like I don't want her to die, but also curiosity is about to kill the cat.
You already did. What are you talking about?
Are there still knives on the dinner table?
Yes.
I don't want her to die. Are there still knives?
I'd like to grab one, and I would like to jump down the hole.
Yep.
And stab the surface.
So you jump down the hole, and the first kind of thing is just kind of like it's dark. So you don't really get that complete judge of the distance all the way, and you kind of hit the impact first, but like it's super soft, absolutely falling on a cloud. You kind of hit, you bounce, you roll to the other side, you hit the other wall, you roll back. What is it? What?
Smell like?
There is not a smell.
Okay.
But yeah, no, definitely kind of has more of a sound though, and it sounds like it's fluid filled. Much like you kind of hitting like a big water balloon or a waterbed. You kind of hear the slosh there for a second as you kind of hit one side, hit the other side, you kind of roll about for a little bit, and you land here in the center of everything with your dinner plate kind of like underneath your leg or something.
Okay. I want to make sure that I should have figured this out before I jumped down.
There is still a rope going through where you are all the way up to the top.
Okay, I want to grab onto that, and I want to make sure that I have a secure grip on it, and then I want to stab the thingy.
Let me...
Also, what is it called? I'm thinking of a specific word.
Viscosity?
No.
I don't know.
That was a good effort, though.
All right. I flipped a coin to figure something out. Would you have only been pulling down on the rope? That is my question.
Only been pulling down? What do you mean?
Like when you're trying to make sure you have a firm grasp on the rope, you're pulling down on it to kind of support your weight, right?
I don't understand.
The rope that you're holding on to.
Yes.
You're gonna pull yourself up, right?
Oh. Like climb up it? Yes.
It's just a little bit before you stab anything.
Well, I would imagine I would have like actually anchored myself on top of the weight.
The weight itself is not visible to you.
Oh,
the weight is going to be at the very, 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 very bottom of the rope.
Yeah. Where am I?
In the gelatin. In the boob.
Yeah, but I thought the weight was at the bottom of the hole.
No. Weight is on the other end of the rope. Would be at the very end of the rope. At the bottom of this pit.
It would
right now, all you have is the rope penetrating through what you're sitting on top of. You have a shaft rope. That is all you have right here.
Oh, so the weight is underneath whatever this thing is.
Yes, somewhere at the bottom. There should be a weight.
Oh, there should be. Oh, I don't like the sound of that.
By design, there's a weight.
Okay, well then I should have investigated more. I'm assuming if there was any give to the rope, I would have fashioned it to put a loop so that I have a loop.
Well, that's why I'm asking. Are you're only pulling on the rope to support yourself, or are you trying to? Because you can imagine yourself laying in a waterbed right now but there's a piece of rope penetrating through the waterbed from above you, down.
Yes. So I would have held onto the rope. Okay, I have to reimagine this because now I don't see it the way I saw it before.
Mm-hmm.
Is the rope fully tense, or is there any slack?
That's kind of what I was asking you. If you pull down on it, it is completely taut. Yes, there is no slack.
From the top, but if I pull on it from the bottom, like pull up on it.
My original question: would you pull from the bottom?
I would have tried, yeah, before I stabbed it.
And then yes,
there was no weight there.
Well, you don't know if there's a weight.
Well, I mean, if the weight was not present in my specific location.
Yeah, no. As you go to pull up through the bottom of everything, or of what you're sitting on, I'm gonna draw it now because we're gonna draw today.
We draw every day, Andy.
You're here. Rope is going straight down.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
I imagined that the rope ended before it got to the bottom there. And that there was a weight at the end of the rope. Okay, so it's going all the way down it.
The weight should be down here at the bottom of the shaft. Right. You did not make it to the bottom of the shaft.
Right, so then what I would have done is, as I'm standing here, I would have grabbed onto the rope and pulled upwards to create slack.
You would try to lift this weight?
I mean, I would have tried because I don't even know if there is a weight.
You don't. You're very true. But no, that's the point. You go to pull on it, and it very much just pulls straight up. There is no weight at the bottom to kind of support it.
Oh, great. Okay, so then, yes, I would pull up on the rope until I had enough slack to create a loop to support myself so that I am not standing on the gelatinous layer, and then I would have stabbed it to see what happens.
All right, give me a dagger attack because that's close enough. And damage?
Does it not automatically do damage?
Nope, on that same one there, you can just
lose it. What? I don't see a damage button. There's no damage button.
Oh, okay. I'll click damage button. That's funny.
I don't get to see that roll.
Well, I'll really do it.
I used to do so much more damage with Svenna. Holy shit.
Which what the point was, you still got a good hit. And yeah, you dig this butter knife, steak knife. You dig it into this surface that you can't really completely make a black surface. You stab it in there, kind of pull it over to the side, try and wrench it out for a second. The knife comes back out at least, but then very much. Would you say you're stabbing below towards the center or up towards the edge, towards the wall?
The edge towards the wall.
Okay.
Well, I mean, wherever the frickin' rope is hanging from, to be honest, whichever.
Yeah.
If it's in the center, then it's in the center.
The rope is off center. So we'll say you stab about to the side of it. And from that point, there is a liquid that is now spurting out. Not under the greatest pressure. It is not hot. It is more cold than anything, but it is very viscous. Very inky feeling, if anything. And it has mostly just covered your hand for the moment, but it is also still just pouring out and starting to pool at the bottom.
Pool
up in the bottom of this thing that you're sitting in.
Interesting. I'm gonna climb up the rope a little bit, and does it appear that the liquid is rising in level?
Make me an athletics check for a moment to pull yourself up this rope.
I don't like that.
I do.
Oh no. Oh, thank God.
how high are you pulling yourself up this rope?
I would
trying
say
to
maybe just
completely
a couple of feet.
Are you trying to completely suspend yourself on the rope?
Oh, I imagined I already was completely suspended on the rope.
Then can I get disadvantage? One of your hands is covered in something.
I can't do anything with my rolls. There's no buttons to
Roll
press.
another one. I realize that now. Where'd our disadvantage button go?
Oh, you have to roll disadvantage before you roll it.
Yes.
It's one of the...
Oh.
Yeah.
It was because it was a mod, and the mod got outdated.
That's fine.
Oh, God.
So we'll be using the lower of those two.
Yeah, that's a rip.
You're getting yourself up. You get that second kind of hand. And you realize how much it starts sliding. You're still getting up, but you pretty much just kind of like wrap one hand around the rope to then quickly move the other one, and it's really just kind of pinching the shit out of your hand for a second.
Ouch.
Not too much a problem, but much slower than you wanted. You still hear the flow of this liquid. It's not fast, but you can hear it moving at least.
Does it smell like anything?
Nope, still has no smell. Even on your hand. I will say there's not really a lot of light that's getting down here either.
And so, how long would I have to sit there and wait before deducing if the level of liquid is rising?
I guess until it started covering the whole bottom of the area, and if it got to the rope itself, but...
And does it look like it's doing that?
You don't got a ton of water there doing that just yet. You could say it's definitely pulling up a bit. If you were actually waiting there long enough, yes, it would get to the base of the rope. I
would get tired, though. I feel like, considering she has -1 strength. I'm just gonna climb back up the rope. I'm gonna go try and go into the kitchen and wash off my hand.
So give me another athletics to get all the way up and out.
Okay.
With disadvantage.
Can I just do 20 over time? Question mark?
No, because it could be a lot more fun than that.
Oh, fuck, man.
Not bad.
It's literally one more than what I originally rolled.
And your one more wasn't down. But yeah, no, you can climb your way out. You get like a couple more handfuls up, and you get enough to kind of get your hand off to the side over here to kind of get your extra handhold and hoist yourself up. As you get yourself fully back into the light for everything, you look down at your hand that was kind of covered in something. And it is completely ink black. Just completely covered. Like your fingertips may not be, but everything else is almost like missing color black.
Oh, like Vanta black.
Yes.
Ooh,
Black 2.0. Okay. I will also say that you won't be able to hear the sound of everything anymore. But physics to everything, when the water level reaches where you stabbed, it'll liquid level will stop rising the moment it reaches the opening.
Okay. Okay, interesting. That's disappointing. Anyways, I'm gonna go rinse my hand off in the kitchen. And then go find Ford and read books with Ford.
You go to approach that kitchen door. It does not open for you.
Can I roll a wisdom to open it?
You could definitely try, yeah. Yeah, no. The right one kind of clicks on that second push. It definitely clicks open.
Cool. Well, I would like to make my way over there.
All right, yes. Free movement again.
And the sink is the fuck?
We'll have. You'll find there is no direct sink sitting anywhere.
What is this?
Just a small bucket.
Okay, I'm going to imagine that it is filled with water, and I'm going to rinse my hands off in the bucket.
We'll say that generally makes sense and be pretty easy for it, but you find that it does not.
We'll say that makes sense.
I'll make you not roll a wisdom check to make water in a bucket, as the water belongs in a bucket. But you find that it does not rinse off your hand.
Can I do some sort of like check on myself to see if I'm receiving any negative effects or feelings from this coloration? Oh god. I'm ceasing to exist, guys.
Sucks to suck.
This is what I get.
You seem perfectly fine, doesn't hurt, doesn't burn, doesn't smell, doesn't... Please don't lick it. Oh, it doesn't... It's weird.
You know what? I was really tempted, and I'm glad you said not to, otherwise I probably would have at some point. From the hand that has Vanta Black on it, I would like to try and conjure a flame.
That happens just fine, yeah.
Okay. My magic is there. Oh. How much time do I have?
However much time the other two are willing to tolerate.
We're getting up into the 5-hour mark, so it just depends.
Okay.
Do
the plants react in the same way to me, where they shy away from me as I get closer to them?
Stand by. Yes, they still do.
Okay. Then I would return to the study and hang out with Ford whilst trying to conceal my arm from her vision.
Give me the deception, I guess. Or stealth. Stealth makes more sense. Rightly there. That does not exceed Ishide's passive perception, though. Over time, she will eventually tell that you are trying to hide your hand.
Okay. Well, she can.
And you're doing, yeah, dealing with that. But yeah, that'll all be as we get there. On our next.
Are we doing it next session then, or?
Available Flannic session, possibly the 4th. The schedule is confirming.
Possibly the 4th.
I feel like I had something on the 4th, but I can't remember what it is.
On a Saturday, so?
Well, because it would have been something to accommodate if we were to have D&D, but I don't know if I was planning to have D&D on the 4th, or if I had scheduled something to have happen before D&D.
Look, New Year's resolution is to make every Saturday a D&D.
Okay, that was already my New Year's commitment from last year. So...
Let's do it again. Take 2. Nonetheless, I hope we all got plenty of questions answered and a lot more things confused.
Questions were answered, but I don't feel more knowledgeable.
Yeah.
A lot more confused. Good.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The point being is to confuse you as much as possible until you finally get the epiphany of, oh my fucking god, it all makes sense. And then y'all just sit there and scream for like 30 minutes and absolutely confused, and you'd be like, wait, that one time, and no, that fucker, and y'all do that, and I have to sit back in my chair and just smile, because you all make sense of it eventually.
Well, get ready.
Well, if you get to the end and we're like, this makes
on,
no
like,
sense.
Session 40.
Yeah, I know.
Session 40.
Then I'm a bad DM if it doesn't make sense in the end, so.
I need things to make sense more soon. My brain hurts so bad.
Alright.
On that
note. I wish you all the best for it.
Yeah, go walk the puppers.
Yeah.
Puppers.
In the meantime... Oh, my brain. In the meantime, we're gonna go raid Bake, because Bake needs some love. Passed out for 12 hours.
Nice.
Damn. That is so many. That is so many hours.
Alright.
I hope that you feel more rested, at least.
No. Sleeping that long makes you feel less rested.
Yeah.
Alright. Do that same read message thing in the next chat.
Yeah. Do this in the next chat, guys.
This is just a test that it's working.
I know. I think it's funny. Let's just...
So hope everybody enjoyed Flannic. We will be here tentatively next Saturday for another episode. And then on Monday, we will have the Echoing Isles once again. The party has just come back from having a dream.
All of you level up.
Yes!
Level 6. 6!
Oh my God.
Fucking
6!
God.
I can take a level in Paladin. I'm so excited.
I can...
14?
Level 14?
15?
6.
17.
Next level?
You're not. I mean, you're not even real right now. Your bodies don't exist. So you can be whatever level you
Exactly.
want. I guess.
I
will
perceive
be
myself
level
as a
20.
god.
Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, well, that's
Snack,
unfortunate.
get some
because
food.
I
Snack,
perceive
get
myself as
food.
a god slayer.
Can I
We're
roll
going.
for level 20, Mr.
We're
DM?
going now.
That was